Good morning, good morning, good morning, beautiful people of the internet. I'm Mango Jones. As always, in my description, there are links to LGBTQIA resource hubs for individuals and their families. There's also links to reproductive rights things, like clinics and low to no cost birth control, things like that. There's also donation things down there, but if you don't want to give to me because I'm just some random person on the internet, then please give to the Satanic Temple Reproductive Rights Legal Aid Fund. That direct link is in the description. Okay. I started doing research for a Dr. Phil deep dive. And in doing this, I learned way too much about the Turnabout Ranch and their parent company, Aspen. So before we do Dr. Phil, we're going to learn about Aspen because it's terrible. I don't know why they still exist. I don't know why it's a thing. A lot has happened with them, and we're going to learn all about it. I will warn you guys right now. Excuse me. This is not like the fundies. Okay. When it comes to the stuff that Aspen has done and still probably does, it's nothing like fundamentalists. Like, this is bad. So if you don't want to hear it, if you don't want to know about it, if you need to leave, I understand. We're going to go over like the basics of the company first and then get into the bad stuff, but just know it's coming. I don't want to catch anyone off guard. It is both interesting and terrible, Widow. It really is. Hey, Midwest. Because, see, a lot of people only really know about the Turnabout camp or ranch because that's what Dr. Phil uses. He sends troubled teenage girls there. I want to know why it's always troubled teenage girls. Like, he never really addresses teenage boys, but that's for the Dr. Phil stream. And what we've learned about the Turnabout Ranch has come from, Danielle, the Catch Me Outside girl. And then another one of his guests who has also spoken out, and she currently has a lawsuit ongoing. But the crazy thing is the Turnabout Ranch is one of 6 locations that Aspen currently uses. So, yeah, there's a lot there. Actually, that is not true. He is. He does have a doctorate in psychology, which is why he's a doctor. He does not renew his license to practice psychology, but the California Board of Psychologists says that he is allowed to do his show because he is not technically practicing psychology. Just so you know. It'd be different if you were like trying to give people actual diagnoses himself, but he's not. But we'll learn about him soon. Don't worry. Give it a couple days after this because we're all going to need a cleanse. A big cleanse. Okay. So the Turnabout Ranch. Their owner is Aspen Education Group. And Aspen Education provides controversial therapeutic interventions for adolescents and young adults, including wilderness therapy programs, residential treatment centers, therapeutic boarding schools, and weight loss programs. Now, when you look at promotional and marketing material for Aspen, there's 2 main ones that they use. Like, they use these 2 main reports in all of their materials. One of them is called Report of Findings from a Multi-Center Study of Youth Outcomes in Private Residential Treatment. And the second one because like I've got the first one up there. If anyone ever wants a link to any of the stuff that I have, please just shoot me a DM. I can send you all my sources. The second one is called A Multi-Center Longitudinal Study of Youth Outcomes in Private Residential Treatment Programs. And the second one actually is not available in full anywhere. You can find like summaries of certain things, but you can't find the full thing. Now, Aspen using these particular studies and citing these studies in all of their materials is super sus, because these were written by Aspen. Like, they funded the studies. They're using their own programs. They're using select outcomes in these reports. So if you're a parent trying to find some sort of extra help for your child that you cannot provide, and you look at an Aspen program and you see, oh, hey, this study says that this works. It's not real. It's not real. They're just hyping themselves up. It's terrible. Now, okay, so there's an independent educational consultant association member whose name is Tom Crook. And he specializes in consulting young persons with behavioral and emotional issues, like the types of kids that Dr. Phil and Aspen prey on, pretty much. And he's actually openly criticized Aspen before, but he's kind of flippy-floppy. He hates their marketing practices because they use the studies that just come from Aspen themselves, that are funded by Aspen. He also has an issue because every time one of Aspen's campuses closes, they don't take into consideration the students and the programs that they need, where they need to go, where they're going to end up. They have zero regard for it. Of course, it's really easy to have zero regard for it when 6 of your 44 programs are open, because everything else closed down for various reasons. But I digress. So, in a blog post initially published in May 2010, which is the one on the left side of the screen, he expressed grave reservations about referring clients to Aspen programs in view of the company's loss of key staff and like a record of just abruptly closing campuses. 2009, they closed 6 campuses at once. Over the course of 2010, they closed another 6. 2011, they closed 5. They're just shutting down everywhere. And I have theories and facts. In 2011, which is the blog post on the right, he noted that Aspen had been somewhat more careful about transitioning the affected residents of the programs, and that he was still considering Aspen for some of his clients, but it was very select clients, ones that don't have or don't require higher support needs. They're the ones with lower support needs, ones that can hold their own for the most part. In April 2014, he provided an updated review on Aspen, and he once again expressed that he cannot be confident that their facilities will not compromise the best interests of the patients and the clients in order to increase earnings. We'll get to that. Trust me. We're about to get to that. This is fun. His website, Tom Crook's, also cautions families to not enroll their sons and daughters in the longer-term Aspen schools and programs without adding a contractual provision that gives the family financial recourse in case of closing before the needs of their son or daughter is met. That shouldn't have to be a provision in an educational setting, ever. It's not supposed to be a thing. All right. So I told you guys that 6 of their campuses are currently open. Where'd my cursor go? There you are. Okay. Now, one of the 6 that's listed right there is Turnabout Ranch. We're going to learn a lot about them soon. But 3 of the currently open ones are in Utah, 2 are in North Carolina, and 1 is in New York. The ones in North Carolina are primarily wilderness therapy, where they just like hang out in the woods, go on hikes, stuff like that. But that's still really dangerous considering who Aspen is. Okay. Hey, Logan. Okay. So, closed programs. See that? Those are all closed. All of them. For various reasons. So, most of the active programs, like 4 of the 6, are members of the National Association of Therapeutic Schools and Programs, the NATSP, NATSAP. And several have additional affiliations. Now, Aspen lists one of the affiliations as the National Association of Therapeutic Wilderness Camping. So like the North Carolina campuses that I just mentioned. But that's just a subsection of NATSAP and is nothing. And what you need to know about NATSAP, why it's so important to note that these are all a part of NATSAP, is that NATSAP is a trade program. It is a trade program. And it was formed in January 1999 by founders of 6 programs in the troubled teen industry. Now, the troubled teen industry is huge. It's profitable. So they made this organization. Its board of directors until recently consisted of program owners and educational consultants. But like 1 of those 6 programs is actually still in existence. Kind of tells you something. But NATSAP is not an accrediting, or licensing body. In 2007, the director of NATSAP at the time, Jan Moss, told the United States House Committee on Education and Labor that the program had no process for checking up on organizational compliances, nor a organization, like they don't have a way to fix the programs that have strayed. What they want all of their programs to follow are ethical principles and principles of good practice, which are just self-written guides from NATSAP. But they never follow up with anyone, and they claim that they can't reasonably. And it explains so much as to why these programs were able to get away with what they've done. Now, NATSAP programs, they've never been accredited before. They've never been required to. They're still not required to. And as of October 2019, NATSAP has changed the way that they operate. They're trying to get ahead of the curve, I guess. And, oh, where'd my cursor go again? Gosh darn it. Okay. So they're requiring all of their programs to be accredited by June of 2023. And they list on their website one of the benefits of being accredited as, make no mistake about it, sooner or later, we will be legislated into requiring accreditation. In fact, with the Family First Act, all programs taking in public dollars are now required to be nationally accredited. Why not act now and get the credit for raising our hands and volunteering to have someone hold us to a higher standard? There are active lawsuits against programs under NATSAP. These programs currently only take in private money. They don't take in public money. And that's why it's so expensive to send someone there. And we'll talk about the cost in a minute. And it's a multi-million-dollar a year industry. Aspen has 6 campuses open, and they pulled in a profit of $18 million last year during the pandemic. A profit of $18 million on 6 campuses. It is a for-profit lie, essentially. This is likely, very much likely, a way to save their asses because of all of the lawsuits. But the whole saving your asses thing kind of falls in with here. NATSAP programs never required licensed therapists or treatment plans. Anna, NATSAP is the organization that affiliates with Aspen's camps, like the Turnabout Ranch. But see, if a parent goes to look at the Turnabout Ranch website, they talk about how their schooling has accredited teachers. You will get credit at local schools, so that way when you leave, you have those credits. You don't have to do them again. Now, they don't say anything about whether or not their therapists are licensed. They talk about all the different therapies they offer, but never whether or not it's licensed. And now we know it's never been fucking licensed. They don't need to be. They're an affiliate. They're a for-profit affiliated program with no licensing at all whatsoever. Aspen has kind of cited that so many of their campuses are closing because they're having difficulty in keeping enrollment numbers up. And in part, that does have to do with the cost of the program. These types of programs take full advantage of parents that are desperate, parents that are at their wits' end, parents that don't know what to do about their child's mental health. Which, by the way, if you think that your child is in crisis, talk to their primary care physician and get a referral to a psychiatrist. It's that simple. But I know, desperate times, desperate measures. But these are a money pit. And they're abusive. The Aspen programs cost anywhere between $200 and $500 per day. And that's $73,000 to $182,000 per year. And that's per child. Like, they don't give you a discount if you have 2 kids with mental health issues that you need help with. So, that's a shitload of money. And the length of stays for these programs averaged between 1 month and 2 years. $182,000 a year for 2 years for unlicensed therapy. But again, they never mention that they're not licensed. You have to go digging to find it. Like, I think that so many of the campuses are closing because of what we're actually right about to get into, which is, well, torture, abuse, deaths, lawsuits. Like there's a lot to unpack here. Okay. So that was not supposed to happen. Where'd you go? While I pull this back up, the Turnabout Ranch is a short-term co-educational therapy program with a, quote, Christian-based, end quote, philosophy, licensed as a residential treatment center, and it's located on a working cattle ranch. At least that's what their website says. Currently, the Turnabout Ranch is the only Christian-based Aspen program. It's the only one. All the other ones are doing what they do, which is highly illegal. But yeah, so what are you doing? Sorry, you guys. I'm having technical difficulties. It's been a day. Now, the Turnabout Ranch it enrolls teens between the ages of 13 and 18, and it is Dr. Phil's #1 ranch to send kids to. Dr. Phil absolutely would pick this one because as much as Dr. Phil does not talk about his politics, he is conservative Christian. He very much does hold those beliefs, and so does his primary consulting physician or psychologist on the Dr. Phil show. And they also love to take in the money from, CBS. Because, yeah, every time Dr. Phil sends someone to the Turnabout Ranch, CBS pays for it. And then because he's the one that recommended the ranch, he gets a cut. So that's why he picks it, because he gets money. Okay. Got it. All right. So this is former Dr. Phil guest Hannah Archuleta, and she was sent to the Turnabout Ranch in 2019 when she was 17 years old. She alleges that within 2 weeks of her arrival, an adult male employee at the ranch groped her. Within 2 weeks. She was scared of being punished for saying something, so she kept her mouth shut, thinking, okay, that's going to be it. It was just the one time. And then it happened again. So she reported it to the staff, and they took no remedial action, and they instead subjected her to further abuse. Direct quote from Hannah. I was required to spend extra time picking up horse manure, walking in circles around a horse corral, and sitting at a desk facing a wall for hours. I also had to do forced labor outside in below freezing temperatures and sleep on a wooden plank with no pillows. Dr. Phil sent a troubled youth to a place like that in 2019, when there's psychiatrists, when there's many psychologists as well, because there is a difference. We'll go over that in the Dr. Phil stream. But if anyone would like to know about Hannah Archuleta's lawsuit against the Turnabout Ranch, that link is actually going into the side chat right now. Now, everyone knows about Danielle. Catch Me Outside. How about that? One of Dr. Phil's most infamous guests. And she was sent to the same place, the Turnabout Ranch, in 2016 after her appearance. She said that the ranch was in the middle of nowhere, Utah, effectively meaning that those that are sent there are captive. Direct quote. There's nowhere to run. If you try to run out there, they're going to find you, and you're gonna get in more trouble. Or if you do get away, you're gonna get eaten by a coyote. I was taken there against my will. They come in the middle of the night. They don't tell the kids where they're going. They just take them, handcuff them, and put them in the car. It's basically like kidnapping, end quote. Danielle witnessed teens being restrained and being given harsh punishments. She also said that she suffered from sleep deprivation and was not given like adequate warmth and meals. And she kept quiet because she didn't think anyone would believe her. The problem is there are so many people that will believe her because they have similar stories. And there's a lot that we're going to cover about this. Another quote from her: "That's the thing about these places. You have no evidence. You don't have a phone. There's no cameras there. There's no evidence." And she's right. There's not. Aspen camps are essentially lockdown camps. They take away your phone. They take away clocks. They take away like everything. And you're just sort of left wondering. Danielle actually did do a really great video about her time there. And that is also in the side chat. The only reason I will not play it is because she is currently under contract with a record label. And sometimes, even though you're like using her regular videos, they get strike happy. We're not doing that. Now, at the same time that Danielle was at the camp, this young lady named Abby Parker, who was never on the Dr. Phil show, mind you, she was actually already at the Turnabout Ranch when Danielle showed up. And she remembers not being allowed to sing or dance because it was the only Christian Aspen program. She was required to walk around in like torrential rain for 2 days in a row. She can completely agree with like everything that Danielle has said about the place. It's wild to me that people are still sending people there and people aren't like looking further into where they're potentially sending their child. Abby does have videos on her channel all about it, and that is there for anyone that needs it. Now, there was another Dr. Phil patient guest that was sent to an Aspen program. However, it was not the Turnabout Ranch. This happened before Dr. Phil set his sights on the Turnabout Ranch. So the guest was Sierra Meyer, and her and her family filed a lawsuit against Aspen Education Group and accused them of slavery, abuse, and false imprisonment. And this took place at Aspen's Island View Residential Treatment Center. There's a lot of things in Sierra's story that I am not going to go over because this video is already going to be triggering enough for a lot of people. If you really want to know what happened to her that caused Dr. Phil to send her to this camp, then by all means, DM me on Discord. I will send you everything. But she shouldn't have been sent here. Sierra's family, in their lawsuit, claim that the Dr. Phil organization is responsible for fraud, false imprisonment, and breach of fiduciary duty. Sierra was subjected to cruel punishment by the guards, including a broken arm. I do have a link to the filing if anyone would like that. A direct quote from the filing against the Island View Center. When math teacher Ryan Mortensen told her to stay after school, she refused and went to her room. He came after her and ordered her to an isolation room for a timeout. She refused that too, in emphatic and obscene language, and told him to leave her alone. He then pulled her off her bed and called for help from 3 others to enforce his command. In the melee that ensued, there was a loud pop that stopped everyone, and Sierra's right dominant arm was badly and perhaps permanently broken, and its main nerve system severely damaged. Like the main nerve in her right arm, her dominant arm, is severely damaged because these unlicensed hacks are allowed to be in charge of children, and Dr. Phil sends them there. These people that have no business trying to do anything with children are in charge of them. Because they're all unlicensed. You don't have to be licensed. You're just there. Now, Sierra's family also alleges that Sierra's constitutional rights were violated, because they were. And they also allege from Aspen conspiracy and fraud. In April 2014, now mind you, this suit was filed in January 2014. Sierra's family filed this in January 2014. And in April 2014, the Island View Residential Treatment Center was bought out from Aspen and renamed to Elevations Residential Treatment Center. As soon as that lawsuit was filed, things got into motion and it got sold off. That lawsuit isn't settled yet, by the way. It's still ongoing. In April 2014, Miriam Blank sued Bain Capital, Aspen Education Group, the Aspen Institute of Behavioral Management or Assessment, the Harris County Office of Human Resources and Risk Management, Guardians of Hope. And Guardians of Hope, by the way, is one of those transportation services that you can hire that'll come in the middle of the night and kidnap your kid. It's one of those places. And 2 other people in federal court after her 16-year-old daughter, who will be known as HN, her father falsely obtained court orders, removed HN, who was just a well-adjusted, all-A student, all-around good person, and without her will, without her consent, forced her to relocate from her home in Texas and all of her friends and family to an Aspen facility in Utah, the Aspen Institute of Behavioral Assessment. And he did all of that to keep Miriam from getting custody. He literally had his daughter kidnapped and moved against her will to an Aspen facility, which in Utah, just to hide her from her mother. The suit says that HN was confined by the defendant Aspen against her will and without her consent in one of their lockdown compounds, which at the time there were 4 lockdown compounds in Utah. So if you know that your child is at Aspen, you don't know which Aspen they're at because there's 4 of them. And beyond that, like even if you call up one, it's a lockdown facility. If your name's not on that paperwork for admitting your child there, then they're not going to fucking help you. They're going to hang up on you, or they're going to tell you a lie. They're not licensed. They're not under any obligations to anyone or anything. And Dr. Phil still supports them. From the court filing, the county and its agents either know or should know that Aspen and its co-defendants incarcerate and isolate minors for an indefinite period of time who have never been adjudicated as truant or violators. The county and its agents know that the prefrontal cortex of HN is not fully developed and that its complicity in inflicting upon her undeserved, gross, and unfair punishment will have permanent deleterious effect upon her mental and emotional development, and will at the very least cause her to suffer into adulthood the ravages of post-traumatic stress, which is absolutely fucking true. Because one day she's at school with her friends doing her normal thing, and then she's kidnapped in the middle of the night, moved to a compound with unlicensed teachers and therapists, and not told anything about why she's there. She's not told when she can call her parents. She's not told anything. She's just there. That's going to fuck a kid up, especially a kid that was doing just fine. All because dad didn't want to share custody. That particular Aspen campus became individually and privately owned in May 2014 and was renamed Viewpoint Center. This suit was filed in April 2014, and Aspen no longer owned it by May. That's how quick they move. File a lawsuit. Oh, we're just going to shut down. Okay, we're about to get into some more stuff. I'm sorry, guys. I need to warn you now. Okay. In 2013, former students of the Copper Canyon Academy, which, mind you, all of these places are Aspen owned or were Aspen owned. And the Copper Canyon Academy was a girls-only boarding school with a structured therapeutic environment for ages 13 to 17. Right? Former students, in response to a show that was being made on Lifetime about troubled teen programs, came forward and described confrontational and humiliating tactics used at Copper Canyon, such as being forced to reenact traumatic experiences, like one girl had to reenact her rape in front of her classmates. Because again, these are unlicensed facilities. So they don't know how to do anything right, and they forced children to relive traumatic experiences in front of everyone. There used to be a website called CCA, Copper Canyon Academy, survivors.com, and it was full of stories from other survivors about the torment, abuse, intentional medical neglect, and lifelong struggles with PTSD after leaving. Copper Canyon officially closed their doors in 2014, but that still feels like too little too late. Okay, so that case is not associated with what I'm about to talk about. I will explain why that is like that in just a second. In 2012, another mother not associated with the Dr. Phil show also sued Aspen, alleging that her daughter was tortured at the Turnabout Ranch. The complaint alleges that the 15-year-old girl was subjected to hours of stress positions, threats of suffocation, exposure to animal abuse, and regular public humiliation. The thing is, the case was dismissed because it exceeded the 2-year statute of limitations that applies for claims involving healthcare providers. Although I really don't think it should have been dismissed for that, because these are not healthcare providers. They are in no way, shape, or form healthcare providers. They don't meet the requirements to be a healthcare provider. Now, numbers on the screen are a case number. The school, the specific school, the father's name, the girl, her age, these have all been blocked out by the actual government itself, because of how young she was, because of the fact that she's disabled. So there is a lawsuit. The lawsuit was settled, but because of her age, because of what happened, they had to block out identifiers. But we know that they filed a suit against Aspen, the school, its employees. The girl and her father claimed that the defendants were negligent, careless, and reckless in their hiring, training, and supervision of a teacher. They were negligent in their care, supervision, and treatment of the girl, and in their failure to properly investigate and report the sexual misconduct allegations against said teacher. The father asserted that the school breached contract with him by failing to provide a safe educational environment and proper treatment of his daughter, and failing to properly investigate and disclose her teacher's sexual misconduct. Hey, Dee. The father and daughter also asserted that Aspen completely failed to provide proper education under the Americans with Disabilities Act. You have to have like actual paperwork for that for a school setting to be able to use that. And they were able to file it and get a settlement from it. The father and daughter also asserted their own assault claim against the teacher in question and sought compensation, punitive damages, attorney's fees, and costs of the suit itself. And they won. And it's really fucked up. There has to be a case where someone's information is blocked out so much to the point it's an unlicensed facility. Why was it allowed to stay open? Because that facility didn't close, to our knowledge. It could still be open right now. But why is this allowed to go on? In 2010, a mother and her son sued Aspen, alleging that the son was sexually assaulted and threatened by another student at Cedars Academy. Cedars was an Aspen boarding school for boys and girls ages 11 to 18, specializing in Asperger's syndrome and nonverbal learning disorders. Why are they allowed to have a facility that works with nonverbal learning disorders? But we'll get to that. That same year, an action was brought against Aspen, alleging that in 2006, a young woman engaged in an inappropriate sexual relationship with a former shift supervisor at Aspen Ranch in Utah. Details of that one have not been disclosed. But Cedars Academy is no longer open. Don't worry, they did close. But they redirected all of the kids to a place that is open. In 2009, the state of Oregon shut down 2 teen programs run by Aspen. 2 of them. The state shut down 2 of them. The first was Sage Walk, And Sage Walk is a 30-day wilderness therapy program. Usually when you finish the 30 days at Sage Walk, you move on to another rehabilitation center run by Aspen for another 30 days because they have a 60-day reunification plan set up for that one. But Sage Walk got closed after neglect led to the death of a 16-year-old boy. His name was Sergey. This is the Aspen Education Group, the same people that run the Turnabout Ranch that Dr. Phil loves so much. When it comes to Sergey, on his first school hike, this is a wilderness therapy program. This is a wilderness one. And his first day, he suited up with an 80-pound backpack, like they told him to. By afternoon, the temperature had topped 90 degrees or so. Sergey was staggering. He was drifting off the trail. He was complaining of dizziness and exhaustion. And staff members thought that he was faking his symptoms. And they did not call 911 until after his heart had already stopped beating. They didn't believe him. Once again, these unlicensed watchers, because they can't be called therapists, allowed a 16-year-old boy on his first day to die. After an investigation, his death was officially ruled a homicide, and they shut down Sage Walk. The second Aspen place in Oregon that they shut down that year was Mount Bachelor Academy. Now, Mount Bachelor is, oh my gosh, where are you? It's a co-ed boarding school for teens aged 13 to 18 with emotional and behavioral disorders, including minor depressive disorder, oppositional defiant disorder, substance abuse, and ADHD. Okay? The state of Oregon investigated them, and they found 9 cases in their investigation of abuse and neglect, including incidences of sexualized role play in which teen girls were forced to give lap dances during therapy sessions to these unlicensed therapists who are charged with their care. When I wish my thing would fucking work, but when the state of Oregon filed this report, Mount Bachelor and its director, because each of these Aspen facilities has their own directors. They have their own individual directors. So when the director and the school itself threatened costly lawsuits, because again, Aspen brings in millions of dollars a year because they are a for-profit school. The Oregon Department of Health was just kind of like, we can't afford this, so we're going to soften up this language. Well, not too long after that happened, oh, there it is. Yeah, there's the report. I do have links to that if anyone wants it. The school ended up being fully investigated again because the state itself determined that the Department of Human Services had a reasonable basis to investigate the charges that were first brought up. So it was shut down. And see, Aspen likes to allege that everything was false, that this did not happen, this was not the case. But at the same time, 17 former students of Mount Bachelor filed a lawsuit in 2011 for intentional and negligent infliction of emotional distress, battery, breach of contract, and negligence arising out of their treatment at the therapeutic boarding school. The students, because this lawsuit's still ongoing, The students are seeking a total of $26 million. Well, 2 more suits were filed, and I have the link to those suits. One in November of 2011 and one in January of 2013 by 14 former students and 13 former students, respectively, alleging abuse at the same Aspen facility. A total of $23 million is being sought in the November 2011 suit and $19.5 million in relief in the 2013 suit. Yeah. In 2008, a 16-year-old girl enrolled at the Bromley Brook School, a boarding school for only girls aged 14 to 18, became involved in a sexual relationship with her teacher, Stephen Peters. The girl asserted that administrators knowingly ignored the signs of their inappropriate relationship. They failed to take action after it was confirmed by several students, and they were uncooperative in the criminal investigation of Stephen Peters. A counselor at the school admitted that she was aware of Peters' inappropriate behavior for some time, too. Like, she knew all about it. But there was no disciplinary action. There was no further investigation by Bromley Brook or anyone in its staff when she reported it. Stephen Peters, who was 40 years old at the time, he was 40 and she was 16, took a guilty plea. He took the plea deal. And Bromley Brook was shut down in March of 2011. Yeah. Guys, Dr. Phil endorses these programs. Dr. Phil sends people here, or at least to the Turnabout Ranch. They're all still unlicensed. In 2014, 14-year-old Matthew Meyer died at Aspen's Lone Star Expeditions Wilderness Program. Meyer and his group had hiked several miles in 90-degree weather, a combination of excessive heat, a constrictive uniform, and Matthew's obesity, because, mind you, this was a weight loss camp, caused Matthew to suffer from hyperthermia. And if you don't know what hyperthermia is, it's basically where your body boils from the inside. You're boiling, literally. And if you don't get immediate medical attention, then you will die. Now, instead of taking his symptoms seriously, the program staff admitted in a deposition that they thought he was joking. His complaints of numbness in his legs were ignored. His shortness of breath was brushed off as an anxiety attack. And then when he vomited and collapsed, they threw water on him and left him there. He died an hour later at the hospital. He was a 14-year-old boy. 14. And the thing is, camp administrators refused to tell his mother, Crystal Manganero, I hope I pronounced that right. They wouldn't tell her what happened. They didn't tell her why it happened. And because they wouldn't tell her, they launched an investigation, and it took 3.5 years in litigation to find out what happened to her son and why he died. 3 years of investigation. A wrongful death lawsuit was filed against them by Crystal, and Lone Star ended up shutting down its doors in April of 2006 after everything was said and done. Naturally, she won the suit, of course. But since Matthew's death, Crystal has been advocating for an end to abuse in youth residential treatment centers through ASTART, the Alliance for the Safe, Therapeutic, and Appropriate Use of Residential Treatment. And she has gone so far as to speak at Capitol Hill on it. But there's like, I don't think she realized. I do not think that she knew that this was a predatory program, that this was an unlicensed program. Because let me remind you guys, they don't have to be. They don't. It's not required. They're not licensed. No one is. There's 6 of these Aspen programs that are still very much going. 6 of them. Turnabout Ranch is one of them. And did you notice that everything that I was talking about happened before 2016? They happened before 2014. When you think about Sierra, like everyone else, they were before then. Dr. Phil has sent people to Aspen treatment centers as recently as 2019. All of these suits between 2006, 2014, you can easily Google them and find them. Why is Dr. Phil still doing this? Like, I know he gets money from it. He has to, because these are for-profit centers. They cost $182,000 a year. They bring in $18 million in profit a year. He gets a cut when he sends someone there. Like, I know Dr. Phil's a piece of shit, but I didn't realize that he was so much of a piece of shit that he would willingly send someone to a potential death at an unlicensed facility. So the 6 centers that are currently open, 2 of them specialize in students with high support needs, autism, nonverbal learning disorders, pervasive developmental disorders, cognitive impairments. All of these suits have come from people with voices. How many more have we not heard? How many more can't tell us? There are parents sending their kids, their nonverbal kids, to Aspen facilities full-time as their full-time carers. Unlicensed Aspen facilities as full-time carers. I really want to know. What stories have we not heard? Because this is just, it's insane to me. There used to be 5 facilities run by Aspen that specialized in, nonverbal and cognitively impaired people. That is a very scary thought. And what's even scarier is the fact that it took until 2021 and 2022 for the place that most of these programs are under, the NATSAP. It took them until now to get licensed therapists and actual therapist created plans for their facilities. It took until now. They've been around since 1999. It shouldn't have had to take this. It shouldn't have had to take 2 people dying, multiple young women having inappropriate relationships with older men because, well, those men are rapists. It shouldn't have taken so many people to say something and do something. They shouldn't have been a thing in the first place. Like, I don't know. I don't know why. Because right now, these 6 locations that are still open, Camp Huntington, which is residential treatment in High Falls, New York. It is a co-educational residential, and it has summer camps for children and young adults who have special needs such as autism spectrum disorder, pervasive developmental disorder, and cognitive impairment. Then you have Outback Therapeutic Expeditions, and that's wilderness therapy for ages 13 to 17. And the thing is, these places only recently started offering academic credit. So you would have these teenagers staying all year with unlicensed teachers, not learning anything. It merged with the Aspen Achievement Academy in March 2011. Yeah, because the Aspen Achievement Academy had a lawsuit filed against it by an unnamed student. Because lawsuits. The SUWS of the Carolinas is a wilderness therapy in North Carolina. Not that far away from me, actually. There's 2 Aspen programs, not that far away from me. And it's a therapeutic wilderness program with a focus on clinical. It has a focus on clinical intervention and assessment for ages 13 to 17. And it has a wilderness treatment program for younger children ages 10 to 13. The problem with this is that in order to get that assessment, in order to get that done, you have to pay out of pocket to another facility that's partnered with Aspen. What type of fucking sense does that make? There's Talisman camps. That's the 4th one that's open. It is also wilderness therapy in North Carolina. It is a summer camp for teens with nonverbal learning disorders, teenagers with nonverbal learning disorders, and autism spectrum disorder. The Turnabout Ranch, where Dr. Phil sends all of his people. It's supposed to be short-term and coeducational, but there have been reports of people being forced to stay there for over a year. Because they don't just let you go. And you can't just walk out. Because, I mean, your parents allowed you there. They signed the paperwork. They pay. And see, Dr. Phil actually has this history of doing things like this. Okay, so with Aspen, it's very likely, I would not doubt it at all, that when he sends someone there, because CBS, they pay. He gets a cut, right? Okay, don't put doctor in quotations because he actually is. He has a doctorate. He has a doctorate in psychology. I've done the research. He just does not have his license because he stopped renewing it. Because I'm bored and we still have time, actually, let's talk Dr. Phil. Because it all ties together because he's a piece of shit. And when you hear all of these bad things that happened at Aspen, you kind of figure out, oh, well, these things that he did make sense now, or these things that he's doing make sense now. So fuck it, let's talk Dr. Phil. Okay, so in 1975, Dr. Phil got his Bachelor of Arts, his BA in psychology from Midwestern State University in Wichita Falls, Texas. In 1976, he earned his master's in experimental psychology. Now, if anyone listening doesn't know what experimental psychology is, it is the scientific investigation of basic psychological processes like learning, memory, cognition in both humans and animals. Some examples are Harry Harlow's 1950s and 1960s experiments in the effects of love, like actual love on normal development. Now, mind you, this was the 50s and the 60s, right? So what he did was he took these young rhesus, I think that's how it's pronounced, rhesus monkeys, and he deprived them of attachment, affection, emotional bonds to see what would happen. Like these young babies, he would just deprive them of it to experiment and see what happened. And I mean, that's terrible, but Pavlov is experimental psychology because he was able to show that certain responses, the dog's drooling, could be conditioned by associating a previously neutral stimulus, a metronome or a buzzer, with a stimulus that naturally and automatically triggers a response like food. Yes, you came in on Dr. Phil. Look, I just read a whole bunch of shit to everyone that is fucking terrible. And Dr. Phil endorses it. So now we're on Dr. Phil. It'll make sense, I promise. I didn't take my meds today. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Another example of experimental psychology is the Ash conformity experiment. And what they did was they took these students and they were like, okay, you're taking a vision test. And we have 3 lines and a target line. And you have to pick the same as the target. And when alone, the students were great. Like they were highly accurate. But then they were placed in a group with a control test taker who was given instructions to pick the wrong one. And the real participants were more likely to also pick the wrong answer, even if they knew it was wrong, because conformity can be both powerful and subtle when it comes to human behavior and influence. Pretty great. Yes, please do not come on Dr. Phil. He is a conservative Christian man who LARPs as relevant, even though we're talking about him. So, in 1979, he got his PhD. He is a doctor of psychology. He got it at North Texas State University, which is now the University of North Texas. And he got it in clinical psychology, okay? Like his doctorate is in clinical psychology. And there is a difference between clinical psychology and psychiatry. And it seems like there are a lot of people that don't actually know the difference, because a clinical psychologist uses science theory and clinical knowledge for the purpose of understanding, preventing, and relieving psychologically based distress or dysfunction, and to promote subjective well-being and personal development. Subjective. That's very important. Psychiatry is a specialty devoted to the diagnosis, prevention, and treatment of mental disorders. And, okay, practitioners in both clinical psychology and psychiatry are mental health professionals. They absolutely are. But clinical psychologists treat mental disorders using psychotherapy. They have the doctorate in psychology or a doctor of psychology degree, while psychiatrists are medical doctors. Like they actually go get a medical degree and like can prescribe medicine for mental disorders, which is what they do, what they're supposed to do, if it's needed. Currently, 5 states, Louisiana, New Mexico, Illinois, Iowa, and Idaho, allow clinical psychologists with advanced specialty training to prescribe psychotropic medications. But if you're not in one of those 5 states and like you think medication would help you, go talk to your primary care physician, get a referral to a psychiatrist, because if your brain can't do it itself, store-bought is fine too. McGraw's doctorate dissertation was titled Rheumatoid Arthritis, a Psychological Intervention. Yeah. Now, he did a year of postdoctoral training in forensic psychology, and like psychology has changed so much since he got his degrees. Like the way that they classify everything and do everything has just, it's wild. Like instead of giving a very basic definition of what forensic psychology is, they actually have a specialty guideline for forensic psychologists, which now includes all subfields of psychology: social, clinical, experimental, counseling, and neuropsychopathy psychology. Like that didn't used to be the case when he did it. Oh, and he actually opened a firm that kind of specialized in it. But yeah. When he was doing his PhD, he had this advisor named Frank Lawless. He's important. We're going to talk about him. Frank Lawless is a bitch. But after Dr. Phil got his doctorate, because he is a doctor, you guys, Lawless became his top contributing psychologist for the Dr. Phil show. He shouldn't have been given that role. Honestly, he probably shouldn't really be practicing at all. He is not good people. In 1985, like he and his dad, because his dad became a psychologist too. His dad always wanted to be a psychologist. They teamed up with a woman named Thelma Box. And they started presenting these things called Pathways self-help seminars. And like Pathways, what they wanted to do was like get people to alter drug and alcohol use so that sobriety becomes the consistent choice. Increase self-esteem and confidence and personal power through achievement and acceptance. Like they were those type of people. They were those bullshit people. But in October of 1991, because he teamed up with her in 1985. In 1991, he sold off his shares of Pathways for $325,000. And they've since changed their name to Pathways Core Trainings Incorporated. But, okay, so he's a co-founder of Pathways, right? And in 2008, they very specifically changed their website so that even though it lists him as a founder, they had to state that he is not connected with them in any way, in any capacity, other than just being an ongoing supporter. I really want to know why Pathways specifically put that on their website. What happened in 2008? Because that was the same year that he was no longer listed as a director or an officer of a company that he founded, which is how he met Oprah. It was Courtroom Sciences Incorporated, or CSI. And they provided services in U.S. litigation psychology, jury selection, trial consulting, witness training, depositions. And actually, CSI is really huge. They've consulted with like top lawyers, every major airline across the globe, Fortune 500 companies. Like it's really big business. But 2008 seemed to be the year that he was taken off of a lot of shit, and I really want to know why. Uh, he actually met Oprah because she hired CSI to help get her ready for the Amarillo, Texas beef trial. Because on her show, she made remarks about mad cow disease, and like the price of cattle just plummeted. Like it just went all the way fucking down. And cattle feeders were like super mad at her. And they said that what she said was slanderous, and that Oprah wrongfully portrayed American beef as unsafe. Yeah, Oprah won. But it's because Oprah won with the help of Phil and CSI. And she was just like, oh, hey, want to come on my show? He was like, sure. So he went on the show. And after that appearance, because he was so popular, he started making like a weekly appearance every Tuesday. He was a relationship and life strategy expert, which doesn't make sense, for being honest. Hey, Ben. But yeah, if y'all would like to know more Dr. Phil facts, or I can tell you about his top consulting psychologist, dude. Oh, or about that time in a. Oh no! Wait, hold on. That actually makes sense now. Hold on, I'm finding it. Oh, okay. I think I know what the 2008 thing is. Okay, so like two major things happen in the world of fucking Dr. Phil in 2008. One, he was sued by a guy named Thomas Riccio, who was the memorabilia collector responsible for taping the Las Vegas robbery that led to O.J. Simpson's conviction. And then he went and he visited Britney Spears in the hospital after she was taken in for evaluation the first time when she wouldn't hand over her son during a custody exchange. So that might have something to do with it, because he's an asshole. The only thing he is good at is making middle-aged women wet their pants by telling them. I think it depends on the middle-aged woman. Because he has a long history of not liking anyone that's overweight. Yeah. He didn't like him. Ever. Which is kind of sad. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to tell you guys about his top fucking consulting dude for his show, because it's... Okay, so Frank Lawless was his PhD advisor. He's Skid Scratcher. We're talking about Dr. Phil. If you want to leave, it's fine. Okay, so Frank Lawless did his thing. He helped Dr. Phil get his PhD. But the thing about him is that he's had practices, like his own practices, deemed potentially dangerous by the scientific community itself. He has written extensively in support of the very much scientifically proven false claim that the MMR vaccine causes autism, and yet he's somehow trusted to work with autistic patients on the Dr. Phil show and at his practice. One time when he was in Fort Worth at a facility, he constructed this saltwater floating tank for his patient, and it leaked. And it flooded the cardiac intensive care unit on the floor below him. Why wasn't he stopped then? He's a psychologist, he's licensed, and he heads a prayer healing foundation in Santa Fe for cancer patients. And he runs an institute in Silicon Valley that's dedicated to the study of transpersonal psychology. So like mystical experiences, spiritual crises, altered states of consciousness. There's other doctors out there spreading Wakefield's BS. Yes, there absolutely is. He's licensed. I don't know how. Okay, so like right now, he runs the Lawless PV Psychoneuroplasticity Clinic along with his partner. What's her name? God, I can't remember. Anyway, and now the PNP, if you want to get a diagnosis, just a diagnosis, it costs $9,295 for a diagnosis. No treatment. And because he's the primary contributing psychologist for the Dr. Phil show, his clinic is the one where patients go to get screened. CBS pays him so that they can get screened. There have been patients that have admitted to calling the Dr. Phil show and acting even crazier than usual, just so like they can get an all expenses paid trip to the facility and get their diagnosis, which is like really fucking predatory. Why do you charge so much? Because most of those people can't afford it otherwise. In 2014, at the PNP, the Texas State Board of Examiners of Psychology disciplined Lawless. Oh, that's her name. Barbara. Her name's Barbara. They allowed one of their staffers who was not licensed at all to provide psychological services under their watch for more than a year. Like, this dude allowed an unlicensed person at his clinic to provide psychological services. Oh, hey, Allie. Allibus. I'm so tired, you guys, but I need to stay up, and I fucking hate Dr. Phil. So I'm going to tell you a bunch of bad things that he's done. Oh, Lawless and Dr. Phil used to be paid consultants for a place called Creative Care before PNP became the primary facility for the Dr. Phil show. And both Lawless and Phil cut ties with them because 2 patients died and they got their license suspended. Like, you're supposed to be paid to work with them. You're supposed to be paid to send people to them. And 2 of their people died from negligence. That's fucked. It's just like, Dr. Phil sending those people to any Aspen place. It's fucking terrible. He needs to stop. Oh, his Lawless's partner, PV, she was reprimanded at one point for having signed employee applications to practice psychology in the state that contained false and inaccurate information. And she's actually prohibited until this upcoming August from providing any supervision of psychological services provided by another person. She falsified paperwork, legal paperwork, and so now she can't supervise anyone. And they get to pick out people for the Dr. Phil show. Dr. Phil actually did get sued in 2003 for false advertisement because he teamed up with a brand called Shape Up. It was like one of those weight loss things with like the vitamin packets, supplements, meal replacement drinks, power bars, and they tried to like guarantee weight loss. And under his deal with Shape Up, like a certain percentage would go to his foundation out of Fort Worth that works on like childhood obesity. But then like in 2004, the FTC themselves started investigating for false advertising, and the supplements ceased production. And 3 of the customers that were taking Dr. Phil's word decided to sue. They sued Shape Up, CSA Nutraceuticals, which is the owner of Shape Up, which If you ever come across a company that has the word nutraceuticals in the name, don't do it. No. And they sued Dr. Phil for false and unproven claims, and they were given a settlement of $10.5 million. Why would Dr. Phil do that? That was fucking stupid. Oh, so there's this thing that happened to Dr. Phil in 1988, right? He was working at his practice. He had this patient that he ceased working with and then hired her for like part-time temporary employment. And the Texas Board of Psychology was like, hey, we can't tell where the line ends for her treatment and begins for her employment. So Dr. Phil got in trouble for that. He had to meet a whole bunch of requirements in order to be in good standing with the board again. At one point, the chick alleged that like he was inappropriate with her, but I have the facts of finding paperwork. Like I have and it's not listed on there. And the board only lists out things that like they actually have an issue with. They investigated him. That wasn't one of them. Well, it was like dropped. Like they completely closed everything in June 1990. But I think it was National Enquirer. Yeah. They ended up putting out a story from the former employee that entire thing in 1988 was about, where she was like, oh yeah, he definitely did this, even though it was investigated and proven false. So he had to go through all of that, which I secretly hoped he would have lost, to be completely honest with you. Oh, okay, so early 2008, Britney Spears was, divorced from K-Fed. They initially had the person that would transport the kids between the parents for custody. At the time, her sons were 2 and 1. And on January 3rd, that court-appointed person came to pick up the kids, and she handed over the 1-year-old. But when it came to the 2-year-old, she just like hid in the bathroom. So because of that, she got put on hold at the hospital. And for some reason, Dr. Phil decided to go see her. And it got a lot of criticism because it felt like a ploy to try and get her and the family on to a show, even though they were supposed to be like family friends. And when he saw her on January 4th, she was like getting ready to leave. She was done. And when he saw them, he immediately gave an exclusive statement to ET and the Insider, where he was like, oh yeah, she's in dire need of both medical and psychological intervention. She was released moments before I got there, but I am very concerned for her. Like, that's a fucked up thing to do. You're supposed to be a family friend. You want to visit her in good faith. You don't have a license to actually practice because he stopped renewing his license in 2006. And the state of California does not require him to have a license to do his show because he's not technically practicing psychology. It's a loophole. But why would you do that? It's terrible. Like, a bunch of mental health care professionals criticized him for it, but his other television psychologist and author, Joyce Brothers, was like, I'm sure he doesn't want to exploit her. He has all this experience in helping people get over problems. No. It was reported that a psychologist filed a complaint with the California Board of Psychology because of the incident with Brittany, alleging that McGraw had practiced psychology without a license and had violated doctor-patient privilege by discussing her case with the media. And like, there's a copy of the complaint. Like, it's actually been released to the media, but there's no way to verify whether the Board of Psychology has like actually investigated or anything, because they don't disclose that information unless it's actively being investigated. And the former BOP president, Martin Greenberg, was like, this incident it's not a matter that the law covers. It's nothing to be concerned about. It wouldn't be. And like, it makes sense because he was supposed to be a family friend. He wasn't there in a clinical manner. And again, unlicensed, you guys. He's unlicensed. Oddly enough, he stopped renewing his license the year after the syndication company for his show decided to give him a 5-year contract, which took him through the 2013-2014 television season and increased his pay to $15 million a year. That's when he stopped renewing his license. He's tried to do like other weird psychology projects. Him and his son, they formed a production company together called Stage 29. Oh no, he's absolutely a fucking snake. Absolutely is. But when they formed Stage 29 Productions, they announced a show that they wanted to make called Moochers. And what they were going to do was like go and help people get rid of family and friends and deadbeat relatives like overstayed their welcome. It never ended up getting made, but that was like the first thing that him and his son did when they started their production company together. Phil's production company is called Pete Productions. And okay, so in 2006, right, in this really fucking nice neighborhood in Los Angeles, Pete Productions bought a house. And they bought this house to outfit with 45 cameras and run something called Dr. Phil House as a segment for his show, where he forced a whole bunch of people that were going to be on his show to live together for a week, a la Big Brother. And guys, don't do that in a residential neighborhood. That's terrible. Anyone Oprah signs off on is probably a quack. Well, to be fair, when she signed off on him, he had helped her win her case because he was practicing at the time. But okay, so they bought this house, put a whole bunch of cameras in it. They forced these people that didn't know each other, that didn't know each other's problems, to live together in this nice fucking neighborhood. And there was a neighbor who lived right next door, Tom Greep, and he was not happy in the least. He was like, there's two crack cocaine addicts yelling at each other for all to hear. He also claimed that the residents violated the city's ground rules by taping past midnight and starting up again before 7 a.m. And then, like, apparently all of the production staff were rude. They were uncooperative. Apparently, supposedly, one cut down his hedge. Like, I don't know where that claim came from, but he claims that they cut down a hedge. More neighbors in the area were like, this violates, parking restrictions. It's an eyesore because all of these cables are running in and out of the house all around the property. And they said that several disturbances were caused by the low-life clientele staying at the house. So in September, 76 residents signed a petition and met with city officials to get the Dr. Phil house shut down. Film LA is the agency that processes like the licensing for people to be able to film on properties. And they were told by the city, you're not allowed to give them any more permits ever for that house. because he's fucking rude. And he bought a house in a neighborhood to film in without notifying anyone or doing anything. Well, of course they wanted extreme chaos. It's Dr. Phil. Oh, there's actually recent allegations against Dr. Phil that I'll tell y'all all about in a minute. Let's go through some of these stupid things first. Okay, so Dr. Phil has tried to do like so many failed spin-off things. The only successful one that he's had so far has been The Doctors, which is executive produced by his son Jay. But in 2007, he launched the show Decision House, and it had Judge Lynn Taylor from Divorce Court and Dr. Tara Fields from Hoarders, and like a panel of experts. And what they did was they took these couples like on the brink of divorce for various reasons and tried to fix them, I guess. They only aired 13 episodes and it got canceled. It was terrible. It was not a good show. But I think it also might have been the channel and the time that it aired, because have you seen the shit they play on WeTV? Don't do it. Oh, okay, so his recent shit, right? Beyond the whole Aspen thing. All right, so in February, there was a story that came out on BuzzFeed News, and I know BuzzFeed News, but like a dozen current and former employees of the Dr. Phil show alleged that they experienced verbal abuse in a workplace that fosters fear, intimidation, and racism. Oh, yeah. You guys get WeTV shows on TLC because they have a distribution deal. So like Love After Lockup would be on TLC for you, but it's on WeTV for us. Yeah. But like 7 current employees for the Dr. Phil show were claiming that the show's guests are often manipulated and treated unethically. So like, okay. Quote from a former employee: "Everyone was just pretty miserable. You would walk into the building and there was just a palpable dread and anxiety. Dr. Phil, the show about mental health, where everybody who works on it has terrible mental health because our work conditions were really bad." Oh, another one. "I would have nightmares. I would literally be working in my sleep and have nightmares about something being wrong or not turning in something the right way. Even when I quit, I had to go to therapy for it, which is crazy because you're working for a therapist." Mind you, I don't know if his employees realize that he's like not licensed and hasn't been for years. Oh, okay. So they had a guest that was going to be on the show and she was prescribed medication. And this is about her. "We were specifically instructed, make sure that she doesn't take her medication before she goes on stage, because they wanted her to look unstable and quote unquote crazy, for lack of a better term. She did take the medication because no one got there in time. And I remember thinking, my God, I don't want to be the one to tell them or dissuade them from that. And that's all for the sake of TV. Obviously, this girl should be on her medication, and that's what we're trying to get her help for. But for the sake of TV, they wanted her to look off the rails." Like, I know it's TV, but why are you encouraging people to not take their medications? Those are important. Like, I get that you got your degree in psychology and not psychiatry, but meds help. I should have probably taken mine today. Yes, Christ on a chopstick. Oh, 5 employees, 1 current and 4 former, say that executive producer Carla Pennington screamed and cursed at them over the smallest of details, calling people idiots, stupid, and the R slur while threatening to fire people. Like, of course, their lawyers and everything are like, no, that never happened. Never. And a spokesperson for the Dr. Phil show put out the statement, McGraw and his diverse team of more than 200 proud staff, many of whom have been here for 2 decades, have sincerely and respectfully worked with thousands of appreciative guests. From the beginning, show executives have strived to create a collaborative, safe, and open environment for Dr. Phil McGraw and all staff and guests. Okay. Appreciative guests. They're talking about appreciative guests. I find it so hard to believe they decided to use that when one of his guests, Sierra, was sent to an Aspen care facility, was dragged off of her bed, and when she told them no, she didn't want to go anywhere, and they called for 3 people to help restrain her at an unlicensed facility that Dr. Phil sent her to, they broke her arm in such a way that the main nerve is damaged. Are you sure that was a appreciative guest? I don't think she appreciated that. Well, see, I think that Dr. Phil has always followed a pretty specific formula. He doesn't quite go for full Jerry Springer trash, but he gets close. Oh, well, it's all right, because we circled back to the whole Aspen thing. Yeah, because, Dr. Phil's spokesperson was just like, yeah, we've had appreciative guests. Yeah, Sierra doesn't appreciate getting her arm broken. I'm sure Hannah doesn't appreciate the fact that she literally had to file a suit against the Turnabout Ranch. Because, see, the place that Sierra was sent to was shut down. It was closed after she filed her lawsuit. Oh, no, it's fine. I will warn you now, if you go back to the start of the stream, there's a lot of unpleasant things that are talked about. Because Aspen is unlicensed. They only recently put on their website that their therapists have to be licensed. But they've been doing shit since, 1999. Like the Turnabout Ranch. Oh, I don't think Dr. Phil's guest, Hannah Archuleta, was very happy ever at all because, she got groped at the Turnabout Ranch twice. And then she was forced to walk around in circles around the, horse corral and pick up horse shit for hours. Dr. Phil, are you sure that people are happy? Are you sure that your guests are appreciative and you're not just lining your wallet by sending them to places that pay you? I know you're really happy getting your buddy paid, his fucking $9,000 cost to get a diagnosis before they're allowed on your show. Fucking stupid. Well, hopefully training goes well. Rumor has it your last person that you trained is, he's not very good. I have nothing to do. I have hours to spend doing whatever. If anyone out there is not busy, the StreamYard is in the chat because I literally don't know what to do. Like, I'm off today. Small humans at school. The only two YouTubers I'm aware of that have spoken about their time on Dr. Phil is Jeff Holiday and Blue Bacon. However, they didn't go that into it, if memory serves correctly. Honestly, that wouldn't surprise me because typically when you're like, okay, so when you're a guest on a show like Dr. Phil, what they do is if you don't need mental health services, they're not going to send you to his psychologist. They'll just bring you in, you'll sit in the green room for a while, hang out, and then do your segment and leave. That's it. That's how most of it goes for talk shows. Well, I mean, that's fair if you didn't train them. Have you seen DFF's Dr. Phil / Drew episode to see which is... I have not seen that. But I mean, Dr. Phil isn't really trying to actually sell anything because he can't practice psychology. He also doesn't really endorse anything either after he got sued for the whole Shape Up thing. Let's see, what other bad shit did he do? Oh, yeah, there were these brothers, Deepak and Satish. And in September 2005, they sued. Because, like, so Dr. Phil had interviewed them, and it was all about Natalie Holloway. Like, and they filed a lawsuit saying that the interview was manipulated and later broadcast as being accurate and portrayed the brothers as engaging in criminal activity against Natalie Holloway, and it constituted defamation. Like a week before it was set to go to civil trial, they got rid of it. Just dismissed it. Thomas Riccio, the dude that got OJ convicted, he was actually suing him too, and was like, oh, the interview that I did with you, it was also manipulated. It's defamation. And a judge dismissed it and was like, no, it's protected. Sorry. Like, people don't seem to understand that when you're on a TV show, if they have it on film, they can edit it in such a way to use it for entertainment purposes. I think he does, actually. I haven't heard about him in a while. Let's see. Dr. Oz show. I know that Dr. Phil's most recent show is probably going to get canceled. Yeah. He still has a show. Season 13, episode 88 just aired on January 14th. Oh, they investigated shrinkage at supermarkets. That's lovely. Oz fucked up in a lot of ways, actually. Like, a lot of ways. Hey, Slim.
Hello.
I'm sorry that you had to listen to all of the terrible things earlier.
I came in probably halfway through you explaining the Aspen place or whatever, so yep. I think I missed a bunch of it, but it was fun listening about Dr. Phil.
I'll see, like, I mean, Aspen only has 6 places open right now. I was pretty much just going through the lawsuits that have just been piling up forever. Dr. Phil had a show that aired last year in August, and it was called House Call with Dr. Phil. And what he did was he went to people's houses and helped them work on their home life, even though he's not a psychologist. And the thing about TV shows is when they air at the beginning of a season, because the television season typically runs from June to June. Okay, so his show aired in August. It aired 6 episodes and then it was done. It has not been officially renewed or canceled, but it's just been sitting on that bubble, and we're almost to April, which means it's probably getting canceled. Also, Dr. Phil, why are you going to people's houses when we're still in a pandemic? I'd love to know.
I don't understand how he's still on TV. Like, he doesn't really do anything. He just like screws with people's lives.
Oh yeah, well, I would get it if like he was actually contributing something to those people's lives. Like, I don't know, man. I fucking hate Dr. Phil. I don't like his face. Don't know what it is.
Yeah, there's an episode of where a couple comes on and the wife catches her husband masturbating, and he's like telling him he shouldn't masturbate and that it's like his cheating on his wife and all this stuff. And it's like, you need to work on their relationship first and not tell him he's a bad person. You need to find out why, and sometimes couples, you need to masturbate. You don't always have to have sex, like.
Well, see, that just proves the whole like he's a conservative Christian without actually saying he's a conservative Christian. Because when that one Aspen camp closed down, he immediately just picked the Christian-based one. He's always telling men and women that, they should work on themselves as a couple, but not as an individual, even though if you're not yourself, you can't be in a happy relationship. It just doesn't work that way. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second.
You definitely got to work on yourself before you can be in a couple or, be in a stable relationship or have a safe a healthier sexual relationship, I guess is the right way to put it. So, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him do anything in his shows that actually was a positive. I hope you can't hear that in the background. There's a flap that when it's windy, it opens and closes. So that banging in the background is over there. It's behind me and I can't stop it. So hopefully it's not too loud. It sounds like animals are having sex in my wall.
I actually can't hear it at all. I'm sorry about that. My mom called and asked if I wanted anything from Zaxby's.
Okay, I'm glad you can't hear that banging behind me because it's so loud in my ears.
Okay, no, but when it comes to like conservative Christians, a lot of them have fundy light values. So you're not supposed to masturbate. You're not supposed to watch porn. You're supposed to be readily available. Those types of things. It's usually things that mostly benefit the male. I don't know why.
Kids in the Bible, they put the thingy in there. It said that the woman's there for the man, and so he get do whatever he want. You know what I'm saying over here?
You really need to work on your dick accent so that way you don't slip into cookie.
Yeah, I know. I don't even know what I was doing for that one. I was just having fun. But yeah, that unfortunately is part of. Well, remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can pretty much take whatever you want out of the Bible and fit it to your narrative.
Yeah.
Well, I
does
guess
it all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so you just read through until you find something that sounds good to what you want to say, and you just keep pushing that narrative. And if it's in the Bible, then it's got to be correct, even though why is anybody listening to a book that was written 1,500 years ago?
Because Sky Daddy said so.
Exactly. I'm not saying we shouldn't read texts from that age. We definitely should, but you should look at them as old text. And nowadays, there's a thing called science and numbers and math. And if the Bible got those wrong, then I can't trust your writings.
I thought we determined on a brunch that science isn't real.
Ah, yes, I forgot. Science isn't real. That's right.
Science isn't real. Lizard's marrying Peanut because I know he's at work and he's listening.
Yep,
and
totally.
He's probably going to play some more Cooking with Hoarders next Sunday.
Nice. That was insanely weird.
Oh, Cooking with Hoarders?
I'm so up in the air about that because we know that person's mental status is not that healthy, and that's why a lot of that is happening. But it's entertaining enough to where it's like, I guess we have to watch this train wreck. I don't know how you could, but go for it.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Challenge accepted. I want to see you find something worse than that.
Just don't find anyone that I have to yell out over barbecue sauce again. Fucking, I hate when people do that.
Have we ever watched anybody's videos where we have been in their bathroom that much?
Oh my god, no, I don't think so.
That was the thing that tripped me out. I'm like, we're in your bathroom again? Why are we keep going in your bathroom, bro?
Well,
like,
because he fills his pots and stuff in the bathtub, and he washes his pots with pert.
Jeez. You mean the hair stuff?
Yes, like the 2-in-1 that you can get from the Dollar Tree, Pert Plus.
Wouldn't that leave a residue on your stuff?
Probably would. I've never tried to wash my dishes with shampoo.
So me neither. I'm unsure. But that's what I would guess, is that, you're leaving this what toxic chemicals do they put in hair stuff? I mean, it's not just like honey and sugar and stuff, isn't it? Like triple oxide, blah blah blah. Like,
I mean, there's a lot of chemicals in it, but
yeah.
I don't think any of them would be toxic if they're ingested in a small amount, like the amount that would be left in a film.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
But at the same time, how long has he been washing his dishes like that?
Yeah, exactly. And
that is nonsense. Your shampoo should stay in the bathroom.
Well, unfortunately for that gentleman, he takes everything into his bathroom. So nothing, well, I guess things do leave his bathroom, but everything gets put in there. I would even imagine that he takes a bath in there with his pots and pans.
I mean, if you're doing one, why not both?
Well, yeah, I would. Like we were talking about bacon ball grease or whatever the heck, you might as well just get all the grease everywhere all over you. Grease it up.
If your dick doesn't smell like bacon, are you really living life?
Exactly. Live a little. Let your junk smell like bacon. Somebody needs a hashtag that.
I know that you would take a bath with my pots and pans, Logan. Because you do weird shit all the time.
And that was not the question. That was with our own. Yes, we would. Most of us probably would take some of our more attractive community members and bathe with their pots and pans. But that's not what we're talking about right now.
But we need to go over your we'll talk about it later list, because it has grown a lot.
Yes. Well, we may be able to go over some of that today for crazy shite. We'll see.
There's a few that I forgot that I wrote down because they happened a while ago, but I'm still
Hmm.
like really curious about because I forgot the context. So
That's going to be fun because I have no idea because I randomly just say that stuff. So hopefully, well, I can always come up with a story.
I mean, I think my favorite one right now is let us know if you want to jump into our golden showers.
I remember that. Yes, awesome.
There's You need to quit saying we'll talk about it later.
Exactly. So I run a bathhouse called the Golden Showers, and
Mhm.
you come in there, and all of the faucets just spray out urine, and you just go in and you get these golden showers. So everybody gets to jump in our golden showers. It's a communal bath.
Communal golden showers.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like there should be a lot of consent forms for that one.
Yeah, it takes a half an hour to get in because you got to sign a lot of papers. You have to fit your goggles so you don't get sprayed in your eye. We don't want to lose any eyes.
But I mean, by the time you sign all the paperwork, everything's warmed up and ready.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, poison really is in the quantity, but it also
It
really
also
depends
can.
on the poison.
Well, yeah, and also being exposed to a small amount of poison for a long time can be detrimental to your health. Not major, but it may like cause liver failure, or another organ to fail, or skin to get a cancer or something. So you're right; it's not deadly, but it could be harmful if uh, administered over time. That's what was happening to a lot of people in the Victorian era. They weren't necessarily drinking too much arsenic. It was that for 10 years they were drinking arsenic every morning in very small quantities, which caused the skin and the body to have negative effects. And I think it was organ failure that caused most people to expire during those times from that reason. But they put all kinds of poisonous crap in all their stuff, thinking that it was okay. Mercury, I mean,
Can't the same thing happen with like apple seeds?
yes, apple seeds do have small amounts of arsenic in it. So if you were to eat enough of them, you could have a problem from that. Yes, you're not
Okay.
supposed to eat the seeds.
Oh, I
Which,
used to eat them
looking back,
all the time when I was a kid.
yeah, look, I was going to say that. Looking back, I remember eating lots of apple seeds, not thinking about it.
I mean, it was one of those things though, because like I grew up poor, so you ate everything.
Yeah. Well, me, my brothers and sisters had competitions on who could eat the whole apple. The core and all, and the stem and everything. Like,
Yeah,
you're
I'm weird.
always
I used to
trying.
just eat the core just because.
Yeah. Well, I don't see what's really wrong with it. I mean, it just has harder fibrous pieces, I guess, other than the seeds now that I know that. But
Yeah.
the human body is used to digesting sands, dirts, and like, hard things because we were hunter gatherers before we were domesticated human cows or human animals, I guess, where everything has to be clean and washed off and all that crap. And there's a handful of studies out there that think the reason why we have so many digestive problems is because we have the lack of dirt and other things that used to be on foods that we have taken out of our uh, uh, digestion. I'm not
Well,
going
I
to say
mean,
yes, but it doesn't somewhat make sense.
I guess it really just depends on what the digestive issue is.
Yeah, very true.
Because, like, when I got prescribed my Adderall in 2014,
Hmm.
Like, I could drink milk and everything just fine, but I took it, as prescribed regularly for a few years and developed lactose intolerance. By the way, that can
Okay.
happen, you guys. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah. Yes.
You know how pissed off I am? I went 20 plus years just fine eating cheese, being happy.
Yeah, I'm building up my distolerance towards it, so I can't drink milk like I used to and eat all the foods that I used to. I have to kind of pay attention, but my tomato allergy is more prevalent, and I have to watch how much tomato I intake. Otherwise, I start having all kinds of fun problems with that allergy.
I'm allergic to pineapple, but I haven't eaten any in a while. And every time I joke about eating pineapple, Lizard appears out of nowhere and he's like, "Don't do it."
Good.
Don't tell me what to do. Pineapple. But I
Yes.
won't, because, like, I'm not in the mood for that.
I'm glad I'm not allergic to shellfish.
Oh, fuck you.
Because I mean that can accidentally be in a lot of things when you go to certain restaurants, yeah.
That's why I cook at home primarily. And that's why I've never had sushi.
I grew up in San Diego next to the ocean, so I would have been
You would have been fucked.
Yeah, exactly, because everything's made with shellfish or seafood out there pretty much. So yeah.
Oh, what does your tomato allergy do? Rashes?
I turn bright red while I'm eating it, and then I can get small rashes, but mainly it messes with my stomach and digestive tract to where things aren't fun for the next day or so if I eat too much tomato. Usually it's the paste in pizza and pastas that if I just eat a couple of bowls of it, or I eat a couple pieces of pizza with the tomato sauce, then my stomach's not happy and the bottom part of me isn't happy for a hot minute.
Gray Man, I don't know if you've ever had food from the company Amy's, like their frozen meals or their pastas or anything. Don't. Because they've had like millions of things recalled for allergens that were found in the food but not listed on the box because they were negligent. So please be careful.
Yeah, that is scary.
Yeah, I have the shellfish allergy too. And well, I just avoid it as best I can. I really want to try sushi though, but I gotta like make it myself.
Yeah, and if you watch the right YouTube video, there are a handful of people who show you a really easy, proper way to make it, or an easy way to make it with the seaweed paper, and then how to make the lay the rice so that it's all sticking together, and then how to roll it. It can be kind of easy to make.
Oh, guys, if you want your rice to come out sticky and perfect every time, wash your fucking rice.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
You stick the rice in the bowl. You put water in it. You swish it around really well, get your hand in there, Then you dump out the water. And then you do it again 3-4 times until the water's mostly clear. And then you cook the rice. And it's delicious. Every time I get on TikTok, I get fussed at by a guy that's mad about washing rice. Some restaurants will do it. I found some places that really... Well, see, okay, like, here, if you want actual good sushi, you have to find a Japanese restaurant. And the one that I go to, she's always really cautious with me because I've been a regular for years and she knows me. And she's afraid that even though they try their best to use separate bamboo rolls, that it doesn't always work out right and someone gets confused and mixes them up and she doesn't want to like risk it. which I get. Like, I'm not mad about it. I need to find a good bamboo roll and order one. Because I've seen those like sushi gun things that they make. You just like pack everything in and like roll it. But I'd rather use a bamboo roll. Yeah, there's a lot of ramen that has peanuts in it. Oh, I have no clue what to do with my day. I still have 3 hours until Small Human gets home. Slim, what are you working on?
So we make these military statues for as awards. So this is the gun and arms that we attach to the army soldier. So I'm cleaning up these, chasing them, getting them all clean so that we can texturize them. So, yep, fun times.
Minnie, don't brag about your EpiPens. You live in Canada.
God
damn it. I need one, but like they're expensive. Even with insurance.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm just barely allergic enough to bees that I'm about ready to maybe get one, but I don't know the shelf life either, and how often does it happen, so I don't know. I want to get one, but
I don't know. I think one of my biggest fears is like I have an EpiPen, but it's just me and Small Human at home. And I accidentally somehow like eat shellfish. He's not gonna know what to do. I'm gonna die. That's gonna be terrible. Yeah, it's 600 here. 600. Food for thought. Should we be switching to or including edible bugs and insects in our diets? I mean, crickets are good.
There are a handful of companies right now that are making foods with bugs in them. There is, when we did the Denver County Fair and they had the pancake breakfast, they had pancakes made with cricket meal. So they grind up the crickets and they make the batter out of that. And so you can eat crickets. There's certain types of larvae, I think. I don't see why we shouldn't, as long as they're being harvested cleanly and it's done in a safe way. Then why not have a bug burger or have a bug sandwich or bug pasta?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think a whole bunch of kids would find it really cool. I think that might be like the biggest audience that they get for that.
Especially if you market it well. If you were able to market it, you could definitely get people to do it. It would take like a generation or just a couple years maybe for that stigma to go away. You had a couple restaurants that had a bug option of something, then it probably would catch on. The FDA lets us have how much amount of bugs inside of different things anyways, so let's just make it all bug.
Let me look that up, because I know that there are very specific guidelines when it comes to bugs, how much pink stuff can be in meat before it's not considered meat anymore.
Yeah. Like pasta is like a certain percentages of certain types of bugs, and then corn and meat.
Oh. You are allowed 1 piece of bug per gram of macaroni.
So it's equal parts macaroni, equal parts bug?
Yeah.
50-50?
You can have up to 225 insect fragments per 225 grams of macaroni.
Dang. When I was a teenager, I think it may have been in my early 20s. I don't remember. I was drunk one night, and it was like 2, 3 a.m. and I went and made macaroni and cheese, and I started eating it, and I kept noticing that things were popping in my mouth, and I was like, oh, and it was in the dark, and I was like, what the hell? So I turned on the light, and it is just full of maggots. There's
Oh
just
my
like full.
God.
They must have gotten into the box or something. I honestly don't know. I don't think it was from the company. I think that like somehow a moth got into it or something. I just
Yeah.
didn't notice because it was in my cabinet and 3 a.m. And so yeah, I couldn't eat macaroni and cheese for
Ever?
10 years or something, because every time I saw it or I had that texture in my mouth, I just imagined like,
Yeah, now I'm thinking about it, and I don't feel good.
Yeah, yeah, you're welcome.
I love you too.
So make sure you check your food before you eat it, especially stuff like things that bugs could get into, like the ramen that's packaged just in that little plastic thing. I mean, it's easy for things to get in there. So just like make sure like you check stuff before you eat it.
Man, now that's gonna be stuck in my head like all day. Why are you doing this to me? So unfair.
Yes. I'm good at grossing people out.
Yeah, you are. Oh, you already posted the crazy shit stream.
Yes, crazy shite is tonight. Tomorrow is Cookie McSweet Tits. We're gonna go over how to clean your sex toys.
Oh.
I figured that was something we hadn't talked about yet, and that's the next version of sex toys, probably, is how to make sure they're clean and keep them safe, and so you don't end up giving yourself a UTI or some kind of thing. And then I found a video on people who have an attraction to inanimate objects.
Not surprising.
Yeah, so there's a lady who's in love with her chandelier in her house. There are people who are attracted to their cars and a handful of other things. So we'll go over. I don't even know how to.
Did you find the lady that's married to the Ferris wheel?
No, but I know there is a lady who's married to a bridge or a tower or something like that, and she's actually consummated the marriage. And there's a video of her like rubbing herself on the bridge, and she actually like comes on the bridge. Like, yeah. So yeah.
Oh, so she went there with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I mean, like whatever floats her boat, but did you make sure everyone else around was consenting to seeing it?
They there was only a camera crew. It was during closed hours, and so yeah, there wasn't like a crowd or anything. It was at night. So everybody technically who was watching was consenting.
Okay.
So please don't have sex with inanimate objects in public unless there's no one around. There's a gentleman who's actually had sex with his car, or he keeps getting caught having sex with a muffler in cars. They were doing a documentary, and they kept they put cameras out into the parking lot of the hotel. And
wait, was
every
he
night,
going around to like every car?
Yeah, he ended up fucking every car.
Okay, look, I know that people have their thing.
Yeah.
But can you at least get the other car owners' permission? Like,
well,
don't violate their vehicles.
Well, and see, that was the thing, is there were 2 car humpers or 2 car lovers in the documentary, and the dude like humped the other dude's car, and so he came up to him and he was like, "Hey, bro, you can't like have sex with my girl, you know, like that's fine. You can't like do her, you know, like."
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully, they have a lovely friendship.
I think they do now, but that was hilarious. Yeah, exactly. Blue lamp.
You walked into car fucking. Welcome.
Exactly. Yes. And then I found a then Cookie found a video about the best sex chairs of 2022. So
Oh,
we'll
they
go
already
over.
put out a full list? It's only
Yeah, I guess
March.
so. Yeah, I know. So there's like I think it's more of like which ones to buy in 2022. You know, not of, but they, so there's 10 chairs I think that we're going to go over. So that's for Tuesday. And then Wednesday is going to be Hick McDickerson. And we're going to go over Flat Earth, Sob Citizens, and Frauditors.
I can attempt to be there Wednesday, but I don't know if I can like contain the giggles.
Well, that's why we want you there.
Because like going into the backstage before the last one, I couldn't hold it together.
I know, that's great.
You were trying so hard. You went through like 7 accents.
I know. Hopefully I'll have it down this time. We'll see. I just need to calm down and not get overexcited. I need to just do a calm character because I get way too happy about it and then I just fling into a million accents and it doesn't make any sense. But the main point is just to make everybody laugh. I mean, that's really the whole point of it is the idiocracy of it. And then I need to practice a little bit better on being for the conspiracies. So I need to put in my mindset to be being pro them and saying how cool they are. And then I want everybody to tell me how dumb that idea is. And then I'll slowly get it, kind of is what I'm thinking. So that's the other hard mindset, is to be like for the conspiracies.
Super Ghost. I actually don't like that movie.
Ooh.
I've never been a fan of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I don't know what it is about the movie itself. It's just not funny.
I get you. Yeah. The thing I hate about that movie the most is when they're trying to get the odometer to go backwards and they launch the car off the freaking cliff. I'm just like, how did you think that was going to work? And like, I don't know, that part just irks me so much. Yeah.
I still really want to know why they decided that at the end of Grease, the car should fly away.
Yeah, I don't understand that either, because what part of that makes any sense?
None of it does. Like, okay, I get the whole like beauty school dropout dream sequence thing. That makes sense in a movie. That makes sense to the story, but why does the car fly? Where did that come from?
I don't know. You know what movie I watched last night?
Which one?
The Fifth Element. Have you seen The Fifth Element?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite movies. So that was fun to watch that last night.
Tonight, I'm watching a movie called Zillafoot. Yes, that is the facial expression.
What is it?
It's called Zillafoot. You see, I have this like really big love of terrible horror movies.
Okay, so it's Bigfoot, Godzilla, Bigfoot.
It's half lizard, half gorilla.
Oh, jeez. And do they show you the science experiment that was the accident of how it was made?
No, see, a UFO lands. And that's how it happens.
Okay, of course. All right, I'll have to check that out sometime. What is it on? What viewing platform?
It's on Tubi. Like most of the terrible movies I watch is on there.
Yeah, that's where I find most of mine.
House Shark I recommend to everyone because they somehow made boards age 3 months in one night, in 1 hour, really, and it was glorious. And the shark had a gun.
Every time you say House Shark, I imagine a shark in a kitchen with a maid's outfit on, and it's like washing the dishes. House Shark, like it's like a maid, a shark maid.
Funnily enough, there is a scene in House Shark where a man with a terrible German accent and lederhosen 4 sizes too big is in a female shark outfit, like wearing an apron?
It had to. It had to happen. It was too easy of a gimmick that they. Of course, they had to go that way. I mean, how could you not?
Apparently, Abe Lincoln is also a time traveler that's always drunk and likes to touch people's faces because he's in it.
Okay, that's almost just as weird as uh, Abraham Lincoln, the vampire hunter, or whatever. I love that we use each because we share the same StreamYard. Our avatars get shared back and forth. So let's see whose avatar I have. Let's see. Oh, I have mine. Okay. You had Pips. You're muted.
God damn it. But it seems like every single time I jump in, I'm someone else other than me.
No, totally. That's exactly what happens.
I think my favorite, though, is being Widow on his channel.
I did that. I did that a couple days ago or whatever. Yeah, Saturday, I think. Oh, that was fun. Okay, in the chat, what is the cheesiest movie that you've ever seen, or what is your favoriteest cheesy movie?
Ooh.
I'm gonna go. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go with Tremors.
Oh, that's a good one.
The whole series, all four or whatever. I just love how cheesily silly they are, and how I don't know. And then the first movie's cast is freaking awesome. Everybody in it, even though it's cheesy, was great. What did we just watch? We watched Ghoulies the other day, and that was weird as crap. I don't remember it being as weird. This couple like ends up inheriting this like huge mansion, and they go there, and in the basement is like where they were doing satanic rituals, where they like brought out these like the ghoulies, the weird creatures, and
why is it always satanic rituals?
Because that's the easy go-to. If you want to blame it on anything, you just say it's the old Satanism, you know.
Yes.
It's the Satan. So, and some of my favoriteest movies from like the 1930s are all about how Satan's going to convince you to do whatever, and people are stuck in a house with the ghost of Satan or with the spirit of Satan, and they've got to somehow stop him. And
I'm still really stuck on that police training video about Satanism where they misspelled the word cemetery.
Yeah.
Like, it's so easy. The Steven Universe movie is very camp cheesy. It depends on the context of the camp.
I don't remember. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
Oh, it's a good movie. I highly recommend it.
I'll have to check it out.
Intentionally cheesy, Jason Lives. Unintentionally cheesy, Suburban Sasquatch. Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Suburban Sasquatch.
Anyone that likes fucking Gary Busey, he has a series of movies called The Ginger Dead Man, in which he voices a gingerbread man that kills people, and it's amazing. And there's one movie where he has to fight Killer Bong, and Killer Bong has its own series.
Yeah,
wonderful shit.
I saw the first one. It is so hilariously cheesy and silly and wrong in so many aspects. Yeah, The Big Lebowski is definitely a cheesy movie for sure, but it is one of the better cheesy-esque movies. We were talking about this the other day at the bar. Every character role was played perfectly. The storyline just rolls off. And the other fun thing about that movie, I think, is that you forget all the little weird nuance niche things, you know, like when Homegirl is like painting the ceiling naked and she goes, flies across the ceiling, them pissing on the rug, things like that. Just those little itty bitty, neat, funny things.
Okay, the Leprechaun movies are they're bad cheesy. I will disagree with you on that all the time. I do not like the Leprechaun movies. They also had way too high of a budget.
Definitely. I the first one I can be kind of okay with, but after that, man, they just started getting like way too gimmicky. And you're right, for having a huge budget.
Yeah.
They could have wrote the script a little bit better.
No, see, all the budget had to go into the makeup so that they looked believable.
Yeah. And this was before like real CGI or good CGI. So yeah.
To everyone that has been here since the beginning of the stream, I am really sorry that my ADHD brain is just all over the place today. I slept like shit, so I didn't take my meds because, yeah, it's not a good idea.
You're all good.
Especially 3 and 5.
Okay, I don't remember 100% 3 or 5.
5 is in the hood.
Oh, that's right. They're in the ghetto. Okay, yeah, okay. I do remember it now. All right, well, sure. We'll go with it, Blaine.
Oh, okay. You can never deny a movie with Ice-T in it.
No.
Actually, I wonder if he's going to do like any more random ass movies because he's done a lot of them over the years.
I don't see why he would stop. I think he'd keep going with it. So yeah.
I'm just waiting for Gary Busey's next project because like the Ginger Dead Man movies were amazing. He did his little cameo on Impractical Jokers and that was fucking great.
Yeah.
Actually, it is too late for me to do that today because if I take it now, I will be up until 4 in the morning. And I would like to go to bed at a decent time, maybe after my movie.
Yes, and some meds you have to take at certain times and on a schedule and stuff like that. But yeah, if you're a lobster, I guess you could take your meds at any time. I don't know about being a lobster.
Grampy's not here, so he like.
I know, but what was their name? I thought it was something lobster. Just lobotomizer. Oh, if you're a lobotomized person, then I guess taking your meds at any time. There we go. I tried to connect it. There we go. I connected it.
I didn't realize there were so many episodes of Law and Order SVU.
Oh my God, there's a million. Yeah, it's been on for like 10 years or something, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, I remember watching it when I was a kid because like we just had the one TV, no cable, and it was always on. But apparently there are 489 episodes in. And I don't know how. Like, have they recycled storylines? I'm not about to sit down and try and figure it out.
They had to have, but one thing they use is current events, and they turn them into a mythical thing. So when a weird murder happens or a weird something, they pretty much just make a script out of that situation and then turn it into an episode. So as long as people keep killing each other in weird ways, I guess they're going to have content.
Yeah, that makes sense. I really wish that Liberty Adams, the author of Ladies First, could take a page from them and make it just farther away from real life.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I don't want to hear about your fantasies about racist free Trump rallies.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to think of realism that much when it comes to death and all that fun destruction. So I don't watch those shows usually because, yeah, Adrian likes to watch those murder shows, and so the murder mystery shows. So I've been recently kind of watching those, and man, so many people think it is a good idea to kill their significant other, and they're going to get away with it. It's like wait,
Yeah.
don't you watch films or don't you watch things? Like you really don't. Just
No.
distance yourself from the person and pretend that you killed them and don't do it and just go away. Like leave them, Why do you have to? I don't know. I don't understand it.
Like every now and then I can sit down and watch like a whole bunch of forensic files, but
Hmm.
I have like a list of shows that I regularly rotate through because they help my anxiety because I know
Yeah.
what's going to happen and I'm okay with that. I'm still a sap and I cry like every time Jim and Pam get engaged in the office and all that.
Oh,
I know it's going to
yeah.
happen. I still sob.
Yes.
Let's see. What about terrible movie adaptations of fantastic books? Ooh. I don't think there's any that I've actually enjoyed. Um, Artemis Fowl in and of itself was a terrible concept for a show or movie. They shouldn't have tried that. I think that Disney needs to stop what they're doing and quit just taking their older movies and making them the realistic CGI. Because they've got a whole bunch of those that are going to be coming out soon. Like, for no reason.
Yes. I
Oh,
was.
and they're remaking Cheaper by the Dozen for some reason, and there's going to be a third Sister Act movie.
Oh my God. It's just because they know they can make money rehashing crap. They don't have to. They get a lot of investors. They get a lot of money for it, and they know it's going to make money. It's not a risk, unfortunately, and that's what we need more of is new movies. So just take the risk. You guys make billions of dollars anyways. You should just freaking bite the bullet and make up new crap.
But see, that requires effort and
Yeah, I know.
hiring more people. I
Yeah,
mean, as it
exactly.
stands right now, like if you're employed as an animator for Disney, anything you draw while under their employ is their property. Any creative works you make while you're under their employ is their property, which
Yeah.
is why Disney owns terabytes upon terabytes upon terabytes of Disney porn. Just as a fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. And they won't let it go. They don't want to let the not statute of limitations, but after 50 years or something's supposed to be uncopyrighted or whatever. They're the ones who went to court or whatever and got that taken away or extended. And so all of their stuff is still copyrighted when it's not supposed to be. But yeah.
I think they got it extended because when they went to go
Okay.
do that, the Happy Birthday song was supposed to be coming out of copyright and into the public domain, and then it wasn't, and we had to wait even longer. And I still never understood why that was a thing. Like, it's Happy Birthday.
Yeah. I'm on the same page with you. It's silly.
Well, they didn't necessarily license them. It's just that their artists were like, I hate you, so they drew them.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's unfortunately just what happens.
Yeah. The book adaptation that I love, the TV series and the movie, is Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh, yes.
They missed out a lot of things, and it's not, I mean, they could have put a lot more into it, but the freaking movie is hilarious, and it only goes over technically the first book, but it still delves into what Douglas Adams was trying to portray through his writings, and I think it was a good visual representation of that.
Oh, there's one kids book series that I am really happy with the TV adaptation. Hated the movie adaptation. A series of unfortunate events.
Okay.
Nickelodeon tried to do the movie, and they tried to squeeze 3 books of stuff into an hour and a half, and it was terrible. But Netflix gave it like the full treatment, 2 hours per book, and it was so good, so good. Neil Patrick Harris makes the best Olaf.
Okay, I haven't seen the series. I've seen the movie, so I'll have to check that out.
I definitely recommend the series because it does try to get as much of the book details as possible. There's a few things that they changed, of course, for the sake of television,
Yeah.
but it's still close enough.
Awesome.
It doesn't ruin everything like the fourth Harry Potter movie. That was terrible.
Yes. Yeah.
They use them basically as tech demos. They remake things because it's a safe bet to make money, and it's sad. Yes, it is really sad.
Yep.
Like, I get what Warner's doing. They're putting out new stuff, but they're starting to revisit some of the old stuff as they are able to obtain the copyright, because unlike Disney, Warner doesn't have that copyright bubble. So they're finally able to make Wacky Races, the movie. And I'm so ready for that. Like, it's going to be out in like 2 years or so, but it's on the list. I am so excited.
That would be fun. But that's not like revamping a movie that's already happened. It's taking that kids show and it's making it into a movie. So those things I'm okay with, making a newer version of something in a different medium, you know, like a television show to a movie. But if you just keep making the movie with the same name movie and, you know, another movie, it's like, why? I can show the kids the original version and it's not going to be bad. It's just old school animation. Who cares? It doesn't need to be all CGI'd up.
I mean, one of the ones that's coming up soon from Disney is going to be the remake of Lilo and Stitch. And I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I get that when they put Lilo and Stitch on Disney Plus, they edited the scene where Lilo hides in the dryer because they didn't want little kids to emulate it. So now it's like a little table that she puts a box in front of. She's still hiding, just not in a dangerous place. I get that.
Okay. Yeah.
But
yeah.
they don't need the full CGI treatment for Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah. It's just ridiculous.
I have not seen Dinner for One, but I will put that on my list to watch. Oh yeah, if anyone in the chat has recommendations for movies, TV shows, whatever, by all means, please send them. I still have 3 hours until Small Human gets home and I'm bored. What's Dinner for One about, actually? Because I don't know.
So a couple of days ago, my one of my dermal implants started bugging me. Mm-hmm. So I've been trying to clean it out for the last couple of days and get it to not be basically infected is what happened to it. It got bumped, and because they're just under the dermal layer, they can get upset really easy.
Yeah.
So I spent all yesterday trying to get it to not be upset. I was laying in bed in the middle of the night and I rubbed my face and got my nail under it and pulled my dermal out of my face.
Is your face okay?
Yeah, it's just a little itty bitty little slice because of how small they are. But yeah, that was fun to be in the middle of the night. And because I was asleep when it happened, my brain didn't register exactly what I did. I knew it. Yeah. Like I was like, oh, I pulled it out of my face, but then I fell back to sleep. So then I woke up an hour or two later going, where the hell is the dermal? So I went and I had to search the bed while Adrian was sleeping next to me. And I found my dermal and I put it on the nightstand. And this morning when I got up and looked at it, it came out so clean. I mean, it looks like it's never been used. So,
okay, good.
Yeah, that means that I can...
I was about to ask, like, which age of a dermal was it? Like, which edition dermal was it? Because those older ones aren't going to come out clean most of the time.
Yeah, this was the newest version of them. And it came out with no meat on it. Normally there's meat all around it when I accidentally pull them out. So I can most likely have it autoclaved and then put back in. So In a month or two, I'll have to get another dermal put back in my face. And since we're there, I'm gonna probably get the ones that I had next to my eyes and my tear ducts done again, so it looks like I have spider eyes.
Oh, nice. Have
Yeah,
you
I
thought
put
about like what your next implants are gonna be?
the yes. Once I have extra money, after these getting the dermals in, I'm gonna get the larger skull implants, and I'm gonna get them under my skulls, so they'll be popped out in 3D.
Yeah. I love the implants for 3D tattoos and stuff because they look so good. I want to poke them.
Yeah, and that's the fun thing. Like when I go to the bar and I'm talking with somebody for the first time, I'm like, rub my arm, and they're like, what? I'm like, no, just feel my arm, and then they're like, what the hell? And they feel all the like the jewels and the bumps, and it's so funny to have them be like, what the hell is going on? Oh, silicone beads. It's just it's an implant. Or the other fun thing is, I get the bartender to get me a bottle cap, and I sit there and I start picking it up with the side of my hand, and just watching the whole bar, just be like, "What the hell is going on?" And then
Okay,
of
so
course,
how often do you take your temperature with the temperature reader?
not very often, because the temperature reader I have to plug in, and it's not as convenient as I thought it was going to be. When I had it first implanted, I was doing it every single morning, but what I found out is I'm getting the same temperature every morning. So I only do it when I feel sick. If I start feeling like I'm catching something, then I'll go ahead and turn it on and get my internal temperature to see if I actually have a temperature or not. Um, yeah, I would like to use it a lot more, but again, it's not as convenient as one would think. It's just fun to have a temperature sensor in your body, you know.
And oh, I can check my temperature right here. Like it's amazing to me just how much body modifications have changed since like my first ever interaction with ones outside of like the basic piercings.
Yeah.
Because the first thing that I ever watched that had anyone with modifications of any sort was actually the documentary Modify.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And
If
it's kind of weird when, you know, you're like 12, 13, and you get to see someone get bottom surgery done.
Yeah.
Because I was not expecting that. But at the same time, it was really fucking cool because, like, that's an entire fucking process. And I'm sure that that has also changed.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it's just weird to see how much everything has progressed in so much time. Like, I know that in Modify, some of the stuff that you have now, like, it wasn't even a thing.
Yes, and they were using different types of silicone for the implants as well. So now we have a safer silicone that we use. If you haven't seen it, I think it's on YouTube. I would go check it out and go look it up, because they go over all kinds of crazy body modifications in that.
What do you think the most extreme mod you would do if money was no issue?
If the technology was there, I would get things removed and have robotic versions of them put in, like maybe a couple fingers or something at first. I would love to have a robotic arm, but yeah.
Let's get the people without arms, their robotic arms first.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
I wonder if that I think he calls himself the Black Alien. I wonder if he's gotten any more limbs removed or digits. Oh, yes, thank you. I will definitely check that out later.
Okay, cool. That works. Okay, I'm gonna have to take off because I need to finish these thingy-bobbers. We have a show in Colorado Springs this weekend, so thank you for letting me come on.
Well, of course. I literally have nothing to do right now.
Okay. All right. Well, I will keep listening. And then if you can jump on later for crazy shite, let me know. I'll send out links like 30 minutes before, and that's at 2:30 my time. And everybody in the Europes, we just went through time change, so that's an hour earlier, an hour later for all of you. It's an hour later for all of you.
Theirs isn't until the very end of March.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's when they switch.
I posted the link in a couple of Discords. I'll post it in more Discords right before. And we'll be talking about tattoo styles, accidental heavy metal, how heavy metal was accidentally born, and one other subject I can't remember off the top of my head. So we'll be going over a bunch of fun stuff and not so crazy and conspiracy theorist. It's going to be more about like body modifications and things like that.
Sounds excellent. I'm super excited.
Cool. Well, you all have a good day. We'll see you soon.
Of course.
Yep. Bye.
Well, I seriously have nothing to do. So if anyone wants to jump in, the link is in the chat. Because I'm at a loss. I'm off today. Yeah, actually, I highly recommend everyone go check out Slim's channel because there's so much good shit on there. All of his shows are really fascinating, and it's interesting to see how much his progress in doing those acts is gone. Colorado doesn't exist on a flat Earth. Colorado does exist on flat Earth. Australia is a hologram. So is the moon. Oh yeah, we're all really productive. I mean, like, I don't know. I suppose I could do more research into like Dr. Phil, but I think I've kind of found everything there is to know about him right now. Kansas is not flat Earth, but Wyoming is fake. I've never seen it. Well, I have no clue what the fuck to do, you guys. What should I do? Because, like, let's see. I went over all the Aspen stuff already, which was terrible. Absolutely fucking terrible. Yes, fake ass Wyoming. Wyoming. Have you ever met anyone from Wyoming? My question. Oh, let's see. Oh. So I was going to do a show, like a stream, rather, on reality shows that shouldn't have existed. And I'm bored, so we're going to talk about them now. I've gone through, like, so many different topic changes. I'm sorry, you guys. Okay, so... Oh, it's just Northern Hemisphere bias? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see that sphere. Okay, so there's this show that aired on Fox for like one season. It was called I Want to Marry Harry, because that was back before Prince Harry got married. And they got this Prince Harry lookalike to come in, date women, and at the end of the show, they were going to reveal that it wasn't actually him. And pretty much make whoever was like, oh, I don't want you because you're not Harry, look like a fucking gold digger. Like, that's a terrible premise. If you want to show people being like garbage, Just turn on TLC. All they show. You're right. Jersey Shore should not have existed, but they picked the right time to do it because of the way that it blew up. A show that should not exist right now is actually Teen Mom, because it's no longer about teen moms. It's about women in their 30s that make fabricated drama for television and earn a lot of money. There's no hardships in their life except for the ones that they manufacture. Also, Kale's a bitch. Hey, Rat. That is a hot dog. Oh, so there's a competition reality show, right, called Boy Meet Boy. And what they did was like Bachelor style, but with a gay guy. And instead, they like made half of the contestants trying to vie for his love straight, and he didn't know. So in the end, if he picked a straight dude, the straight dude won money. And if you pick the gay dude, then hopefully something happens. That shouldn't be a show either. Like, but also at the same time, it did get made in 2003, which is just, that was a bad time for everyone. Okay, so I'm okay with Ree Drummond as a person. I'm okay with her website, her blog posts. I don't like her line of kitchen utensils and stuff. I think they look really shitty. But her show does come off as really fake. Really, really fake. No, it was not cool. There was also a show that came out in 2004 called There's Something About Miriam. And it was, bachelorette style show. Miriam was off to find love. And then they revealed in the final episode in 2004, Miriam is a trans woman. They could have gotten her killed. She could have been killed. She could have been killed even today. There's an MTV show I read on that was most likely the first time a bi person has been. What MTV show? I'm really curious. Was it a reality show? Scripted? Did they do scripted shows besides like the animated ones? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. God damn it. Look shit up. Let's see. Wow, that's a lot to go through. Oh, reality TV. Oh, you're talking about Tila Tequila. We don't stand Tila Tequila. Actually, I try to avoid talking about her, even on other people's channels, because she does have brain injuries. She very much is mentally ill. She very much does need help. She really shouldn't own the gun that she has. Currently, she thinks that she is Jesus's wife. And she makes videos yelling at people that like are against her and against Jesus, I guess. But no, Shot at Love with Tila Tequila. That shouldn't have been a thing. Yeah, okay. To be fair, a lot of the stuff that she says now wasn't as prominent before the massive brain injuries. Because it's like right after the first one is when she started all the Hitler stuff. I think that was like right after Shot at Love. She's had a lot of things happen. A lot. But right now, she really should get off the internet. Like, okay. I don't talk about lolcows on my channel, but Shani and Rev need to get off the internet. Tila Tequila needs to get off the internet. A lot of people just need to go touch grass. The author of the MAGA book needs to touch grass. Drugs in excess are bad. Really bad. Were the brain injuries? I thought the brain injuries were like right before. Like she had one brain injury, then Hitler, then more brain injuries. God damn it. I'm looking more stuff up. All right, we're looking it up together, you guys. Except I'm not going to share my screen because I have some things up that, no. Let's see. Okay, so 2012, she suffered a brain aneurysm in the middle of the night. And then to cope with the pain, she took 2 bottles of unspecified heavy prescription drugs and overdosed that same night. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out exactly when it happened because I knew that it was a thing. I know that she's had a lot of stuff happen in her life. Yep, it happened after because she had the aneurysm in 2012. Tila Tequila sympathizes with Hitler was in 2013. A lot of those people need to be in a psych ward and research about how social... Yes. There have been a lot of psychological experiments done on people as they exist in society and people as they exist within their family units. But it's very hard to track down people as they exist online without a support system outside of it. In the case of Shani and Rev, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. Like Rev abandoning his family pretty much because Shani somehow having an iron fist. Like, Rev, you're small. Just duck under her. Like, go between the legs. You can escape. You've got this. But I think, honestly, Rev probably has the best safety net offline out of the 2 of them because he can just go to a men's shelter, probably call up his uncle. He has a safety net. He just needs to take the leap. But at the same time, I'm afraid that if Rev does that, then G-Man will stop coming around and then the kids will really have no one. That's what I worry about. I encourage people to take regular internet breaks, read a book, make a card. Yes. I do enjoy my time offline. Most days you won't really catch me online all that much. Today I'm just streaming for funsies. I'm really bored. But I don't know. I kind of want to go to the range again. But at the same time, it's like way too fucking humid for that right now. Oh, hey, anyone in my audience that has like ADHD and autism and stuff, if you go to your local national park or state park, you can get a lifetime pass for free because you have a lifelong disability. My issue with gardening is like, okay, so with my ADHD, I'll put in all of the work to do the research, to find the items, to price them out, to do all the things. And as soon as I get them in my hands, I'm over it. Like, that's how it is with most of my hobbies, except for maybe puzzles. I love doing puzzles. I think, like, I can handle a cactus. I have one. His name is Maurice. See, there you go. Like, if you have any sort of disability, really, they'll give you a fucking lifetime pass. But I am also sorry that, you know, you're a disabled veteran because, well, that sucks. I mean, it's really easy to not do that. You just don't. I think I might be ADHD sans H. Okay, so like ADHD has a few different classifications. You can be ADHD H, which is you're primarily hyperactive. You can be ADHD/I, which is inattentive. I am ADHD-C because I am a combination of hyperactive and inattentive. That's how they diagnose it now. Pretty sure that Tila is a flurf. Actually, I can look it up too. Yeah, she's a flat earther as of 2016. That's weird. I didn't realize she'd been a flat earther that long. It depends on the puzzle video game. There's some that I like. There's some that I don't. I have this weird obsession with playing bingo on my computer. But it's not really a puzzle game. It's just clicking numbers. Do enjoy Sudokus on the computer, though. Does that count? Tetris. Fucking love Tetris. I need to grow a third thumb because... Well, okay. If you can figure out how to do that, please let me know. ADHD plus... Yeah. I mean, why not? Nothing better to do. I mean, I have a sandwich right here, but I'm not really hungry. Yeah. I'm not quite sure if I agree with that. Because, okay. When Tila Tequila was doing her whole shot at love thing, she very much did not spout any of the beliefs that she has now. Then she had her brain injury, her overdose, and then she started up with the weird shit, and some of that weird shit has gone away. Like, she doesn't talk about Hitler as much. But at the same time, I think it's mostly just brain injury. Yeah, I have a fucking grilled chicken sandwich from Zaxby's, and it's just sitting here. I'm really not hungry. I used to have Tetris dreams. Sometimes I have dreams about doing puzzles. They kind of bother me because I don't finish the puzzle, and that pisses me off. Like, I do puzzles so much that I have puzzle-shaped piece sorters. Also, please excuse my box of chocolate that just fell. Yeah, they do. But would they be more terrifying than my recurring dream? Because I do have a recurring dream where I'm chased by a giant marshmallow and it's like trying to eat me. I've had that dream since I was a kid. Fucking giant marshmallow. Out of nowhere. Maybe that's why I've never had a s'more. S'more? Is it s'more or s'more? Any radar tech can explain in 10 seconds how the curvature of the Earth... Okay. Flirfs don't believe in big words. Thank you. They make escape room simulators. I don't know. An escape room seems like it would be much better with, like, other people. Unless the simulator lets you play online. No. Actually. I didn't see Ghostbusters all the way through for the first time until I was in my 20s. Same with Star Wars. Oh, I can't. It's like 60 feet tall. Fucking dreams. I don't know. I honestly didn't get the hype around Ghostbusters when I was a kid. I guess I just didn't get it. Just the title, but it's a co-op game. I'd rather go to an actual escape room, but that would require friends. Most of mine are online. Yeah. I'm a sad person. Okay. Let's see. I have no clue what to do, guys. I'm sorry. If I am boring y'all, please let me know. I will gladly go away. Ghostbusters was comedy lightning in a bottle. Okay, as an adult, I guess I could appreciate it. But I don't know. I'm kind of sick of like all-female remakes of male-led movies. I don't know if that makes me sexist against women. But if it's not broke, don't fix it. Ghostbusters was fine. All of the Oceans movies were fine. We don't have to redo everything with females just because they're females. Oh, never mind. I get it. I know why they do that. Because most writers in Hollywood are male and they don't know how to write a female character. So just take a male character, make it female, boom, you're done. Yeah, it's an escape room puzzle game that you... Oh. The simulator title is misleading. I didn't watch it. I don't like all-female remakes. I don't. Like, I don't like all-female remakes of movies in the same way that I do not like... I do not like most gay or any LGBTQIA plus character in TV shows and movies. I just don't, because they are written right. I mean, I'm pansexual. I just exist. Having a Alphabet Mafia character for the sake of a plot line, like right off the bat, like just over the top shit, it's fucking annoying. I do believe it's Invincible that did it right, where the character just existed and then you found out later they were gay. It was like, oh, cool. Neat. It's that easy. Yes, women characters are eggs. They're very much eggs. No, fuck it. You guys, ask me any random question. I will do my best to answer them. All-female lead cast in Annihilation was incidental. Okay, yeah, that I agree with. But the really specific, like, remakes with all-women casts. Okay, but I grew up in America. Hush. I didn't grow up in Germany. My Oma lives there, but I didn't grow up there. Actually, Super Ghost, you'll appreciate this. This is what's hiding beside me. They're my favorites. Besides the Haribo Twin Snakes. Those are really good too. But yeah, fuck it. Ask me anything, because I'm so bored, you guys. Myself. I don't know what to do with myself. Yes, it is Kinder. After my ex went permanent solution, my Oma sent us a box of candy. It's over there. And she sent small human little dinosaur toys. That's great. Really? I don't know what it is, but the white Buenos are way better than the regular milk chocolate ones. I need to see if she'll send me more happy hippos, because those are just adorable. Ooh. Okay. Wait, are we talking savory or sweet baked goods? Because technically breads are baked goods. So savory or sweet. Let's go. Okay, so you need to go to an adult store and you need to get some trainers, usually in the back. Very carefully. Lube. Lube's always important. Sweet, okay. I am a sucker for tiramisu. I am also, it's not a baked good, but I'm a sucker for banana pudding. Just saying. But actual baked goods, like I do really, really love German chocolate cupcakes. I make a mean German chocolate cupcake. I really want one now. Oh, and unlike Shani, I can make cannolis. It's actually really fucking easy. Dumb bitch. Ooh, I haven't had baklava in forever. See, the problem with the sweet list is I honestly don't eat too many sweets. Like, I used to eat them all the time. It was actually part of my binge eating problem. I always eating cupcakes and cake in general. And so that's one of the things, like, I try to avoid if I can. Every now and then I'll make, like, little tiny cakes, but I'll only make a certain amount so that I don't go overboard. Choco Softies. Okay, but what pie is your favorite pie? Because I do love a good lemon meringue. Lemon meringue is delicious. And key lime. The last time I made a cheesecake, like I decided to make a raspberry swirl for the first time because I usually don't do swirl cheesecakes. And I got a ratio wrong somewhere because it cracked. I need to figure that out. Ooh. Beef shawarma is good. Food in general is good. I'm still not hungry. I have a sandwich. I'm going to complain about this all day. I'm going to whine. German pancakes are the best. No. Sorry, but no. I have to disagree. Because, see, American pancakes are just sweet for no reason. Like everything else. Our bread couldn't be classified as bread in Germany. Much like how our chocolate cannot be classified as chocolate over there, you know. I haven't had a French silk pie in years. God damn it, I'm about to look at pie. Well, I mean, pies are really good. Pie is one of those things that you can just keep making new shit with. You can try all sorts of different combinations, and I think Austin actually does make like the split pies. His pies always look really good. Like, I know he says that I probably make a better apple pie than him, but no, I think he does. His is prettier. I may know how to bake. His pie is prettier. Is there chocolate banned in Sweden? I know that in most places, like outside of the US, they just can't call it chocolate. Because it's not what it's classified as. Hold on. Is US chocolate banned in Sweden? Apparently, a lot of people look this up. Oh, actually, it's extremely specific. M&Ms are banned in Sweden because of the M, because of copyright. The more you know. Oh, if y'all have any questions about like why certain shows aren't available for streaming or on streaming platforms, ask away, because I know way too much about it. Oh, no. All the pies that he was posting last year. I was so mad. I'm down here. He's there. That's false. It is not cinnamon plum pie. It's not. Probably lemon meringue or key lime. Guys, what should I do? I'm turning to you for help. I'm pretty sure that Wizard has abandoned listening to this, so I could make fun of him the whole time. It'd be fun. So I'm going to start putting aside some money so I can come out there and have one. Thank you. Okay. It's specific Kinder eggs. It's the Kinder Surprise eggs. Because we can get the other Kinder eggs. And yeah, I know the whole choking hazard thing. We're stupid. That was the early 17th century. Wait. What is that in response to? I am confused. Who knew that companies still use slave labor in the 21st century? I mean, I just realized I say, well, I mean a lot. Now it's going to bug me. But companies are going to do what they can to make a profit that's highest. Elon Musk uses slave labor all the time, but people still, for some reason, worship the ground that he walks on. Apple, clothing companies, especially like fast fashion. Oh my God, they're so guilty of it all the time. If you can, like, don't buy fast fashion because you are supporting child labor and slave labor. And those clothes are just going to like fall apart in 2 years. That's also why you shouldn't like buy shoes from Walmart. Those just fall apart real quick. Are they? I really want one. I really, really want one. God damn it. How's work going? Everything going okay? I guess I should be more specific and say Walmart brand Walmart shoes. You can get some okay brands at Walmart, but the really, really cheap ones, the Walmart brand Walmart shoes, don't buy those. Don't do it. I'm trying to think of what their brand is called. Oh, Old Navy. Someone needs to get in touch with Old Navy. Old Navy used to be cheap. Now they're expensive. That makes no sense because it's still Old Navy quality, Old Navy clothes. Nothing's changed. I don't understand. I don't get it. Old Navy's always been cheap. Bastards. We have the same issue here in the UK with the George brand clothing. The workers leaving notes in the clothes about horrible work. Yeah. Yeah. I just really want to know when they're going to like shut down certain Amazon facilities for horrible working conditions. I know that like child labor stuff overseas, there's really unfortunately nothing we can do about it. That's up to local government and all that. But the people working in terrible conditions here, we should figure out a way to do something about it. You shouldn't have to kill yourself to be able to live. And places like Aspen should not exist. Actually, I kind of want to look up because it's been on my mind for a while. Let's see. You are late to the party, but I'm still going because I'm bored. I have 2 hours and 20 minutes until Small Human gets here. I don't know what to do. Like, I can clean my corner. The rest of the room's already clean. I can just do this later. Mostly just organizing shit. Right? I feel accomplished. At the same time, I really don't know what to do. It's like the people that I usually talk to, they don't get to work from home. They have to go places to work. So that sucks. I'm off. I wish they were too. And I have so much time to kill before I get to watch a movie later. I'm really excited. I need to pick out the movie for next week, actually. Heon did not poop in the punch bowl. There's no punch bowl. There's no punch. The history of arcades is really fucking neat. I also find it really fascinating that pinball machines weren't allowed to be played by people under the age of 18 for like a long fucking time. Like in my state, we were finally able to play under 18 in like 2005. Do you? Are you sure? I don't think I believe you. Oh, I still have pies pulled up. You're very sure? Pinky's there. Pinky needs to confirm for me. Thank you. That's right, they were. All right, we're looking this up. Why were they illegal to play? Welcome to the Googling random things with Mango segment. Let's see. Oh, okay. So pinball was banned in the US out of fear of arcade games' effect on crime, juvenile delinquency, morality. So, same things that they think like violent video games do. But actually, I know this fun fact. Okay, so when it comes to violent video games, when you're like shooting people up and everything, the brain receptors that are for violence don't light up. They don't react. They don't do the thing because you're not being violent. And if you get mad during the game at something that happened, it's very minimal. I don't know. The Nintendo Switch almost caused riots in a lot of places. Everyone wanted one. I wanted one. They were always sold out. Bitches. Oh. Yeah, that happened in a lot of places for a long time. It's one of the problems about being on the coast. It's always wet. Do. I was going to get sudsy, but I think construction let themselves in. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did you know they were coming, or did they just like pop up? Because if they just popped up, that sucks. Guys, give me something random to Google that's not like porn. Why didn't your mom tell you? That's rude. You live there too. I never understood that, actually. If a parent is expecting company while their child is home, they should know. They should be aware that company is coming so they can make the decision themselves as to whether or not they want to be in the room or near them or anything. Damn it, Slim. No, I'm actually going to Google that because that's a really good question. When did porn arcades begin to appear? Television? You want me to just Google television? That's really broad. I don't like that. There's a lot of things about television. A lot. Damn it, Keon. Okay, all I'm finding is... Oh, here we go. No, it actually doesn't say. That's weird. It should say. Google the anti. Oh, yeah. No, I'm. Actually, guys, we're gonna have a little bit of fun, and we're going to look at a timeline of fucking video game controversies, because this is fascinating to me, at least. Wrong one. There we go, that's one. Sweet. Okay, so the first arcade video game was released in 1971 called Nutting. Fuck is Nutting? God damn it. All right, looking it up. No, that's not what I want. Thank you, Urban Dictionary. I know what that is. Yeah, that war against video games didn't go as expected for the politicians. The war against a lot of things has not gone how they expected. Computer space. There we go. Okay. So 1972, first home video game Odyssey is released on the Magnavox. I actually did not know that. I just said that. Of course it's still a thing. Mortal Kombat's fucking great. Yeah, the war on drugs. Exactly. Thank you, Slim. Let's see. Okay, so 1976 was when the first controversial video game was pulled off shelves. And, okay, it was called Death Race. It was like Pong, except you ran stuff over. Oh, okay. So every time they get hit, they make a little ah. And a little gravestone pops up. And that's what made it controversial. Just wait until the people from 1976 hear about The Sims. Because I follow this chick on TikTok that right now has like a Hunger Games scenario with her Sims going on. It's really fascinating. Well, to be fair, on the PS1, she didn't really have them. They were just triangles. I wouldn't classify those as boobs. They're just triangles. Was Custer's Revenge pretty nasty? I haven't played it, so I wouldn't know. I also haven't seen like gameplay of it. Why was Mortal Kombat scrutinized by Congress? How was Night Trap banned? Let's see. Due to a Government Affairs Committee hearing on video game violence. It's cited as shameful, ultra-violent, sick, and disgusting. Ooh. Encouraging an effort to trap and kill women. In particular, a scene in which the character Lisa is wearing a nightgown while captured by augurs attempting to drain her blood. I mean, 1993. It was a different time. Oh, yeah, no, see, I'm in the US, so when I Google stuff like this, it's going to give me US results. Lucky you. Okay. The ESRB is stupid. It's absolutely fucking stupid. It should not be a thing. No, yeah, well, that'll do it. Okay, so the TV rating system is really weird to me because you can have a show that's classified as a TV 14 and it'll have the N for, brief nudity and the S for a sexual scenario and it'd be fine. But then a show with almost the exact same thing in it is not fine. It doesn't make sense. Also, the FCC's rules about what can air early in the morning on Saturdays and Sundays is kind of ridiculous too. Because right now, the only thing that they can play between certain times on Saturday and Sundays are shows classified as EI, educational, informational. And the very first EI show that was granted the rating was actually Saved by the Bell. That's neither educational nor informational. I'll have to see about that then. Because I love cheesy stuff. You can tell by my movie choices. Yeah, the television rating system started in 1996. Well, it was proposed in 1996 and it officially started on January 1st, 1997. Is the V chip still in TVs? Did anyone know how to use the V chip? Because I remember they used to talk about it all the time before TV shows, reminding parents to set their parental controls on the V chip. Okay, see, using the V chip to block religious programming, 100% okay. Absolutely okay. I need to find whatever werewolf vampire show I saw in the 2000s that my mom had an issue with us watching on Discovery or CW. I don't know. I think the last vampire werewolf thing I watched was like the first Twilight movie. Do not recommend. Okay, so V chips are very much still a thing, even though most smart TVs actually have the option for you to set that up through like the OS specifically. Oh yeah, Ami, is it Supernatural? Did True Bloods have vampires? Or no, of course it did. Werewolves. There we go. Did True Blood have werewolves in it? I always heard it was like a really weird Twilight knockoff, but I wasn't sure. Someone please inform. I'm not about to look that up. Otherwise, I'm going to get shit about it all the time on fucking Google. Batman versus Man Beast. I don't think that was it. Like, I know it's vampires, but it seems like vampires and werewolves go hand in hand. I don't know. Yeah, Ami answer. Or look them all up and see if one of them matches. Although I will say, if anyone goes to do like a rewatch of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I highly recommend including Angel in your rewatch because Angel's the best. Truly fantastic. Batman versus the Predator. It had a shop in it, high school setting. That describes like every show on the CW. Quite literally, at this point. It does. A totally underrated vampire werewolf TV. I need to watch Being Human. I've heard good things about it. At least the UK version, I have heard terrible things about the US version, of course, because that's how it always goes, except for in the case of The Office. Oh, Sabrina's more recent, though. I don't think it would be Sabrina. Yeah. The CW actually has some of the most fascinating distribution rates I have seen. And I really hope they don't sell because I like the weird distribution rates. It makes my special interest happy. Because like the CW is co-owned by both Viacom CBS and Warner Media, which is why it's called the CW. And most shows on CW are actually produced by Warner and distributed by Viacom CBS. So, and sometimes vice versa. Anything that's really produced by Warner that isn't like partially owned by the creator or isn't majority owned by the creator or another production company usually ends up on like HBO Max. And same with Viacom CBS stuff. Is The Apprentice still a show? The Television Code. No, but I remember the address for Zoom. Their P.O. Box 305, Boston, Mass. 02134. Because I was a PBS kid. Code of Practices for Television Broadcasters. Ooh, hold on. Of course, as soon as I started typing it in, it just popped up for me. Thanks, Google. Let's see. Ethical standards adopted by the National Association of Broadcasters. Oh, it was from 1952 to 1983. See, I was born in 1992. So no, I don't remember it at all. So I'm learning something new. Thank you, Hyun. Let's see. Okay, so the code was first issued. Oh, yeah, go ahead. I don't mind. People have been jumping in and out. It's a day. I'm bored. We're doing this. I'm about to tell y'all what the fucking code of practices for television broadcasters is. So that's where we're at. Okay. The code was first issued on December 6, 1951, and amended multiple times, especially in the wake of the 1950s quiz show scandals. There were scandals in 1950s quiz shows? Congressional hearings into violence in 1952 and 1954. Well, congressional hearings are always going into violence. And concern over the possible blurring of fact and fiction in early docudrama. Unfortunately, we live in a time where there are some people that find docudramas completely true. Let's see, the code prohibited the use of profanity, the negative portrayal of family life, irreverence for God and religion, illicit sex, drunkenness, and biochemical addiction. Presentation of cruelty, detailed techniques of crime, the use of horror for its own sake, and the negative portrayal of law enforcement officials. Let's see, the code regulated how performers should dress and move to be within the bounds of decency. Further news reporting was to be factual, fair, and without bias. Wow, that's changed so much. And commentary and analysis should be clearly defined as such. Broadcasters were to make time available for, well, they still do the whole religious broadcasting thing all the time. Let's see. In 1973, responding to concerns raised by Action for Children's Television, the NAB revised the code to limit commercial time in children's programming to 12 minutes per hour. Yeah, and actually, they have revised the whole children's commercial thing a lot. Because when I was a kid, we just saw like all the commercials for the longest time on everywhere. But then they started making it to where if you are specifically a children's station or you have a specific block of children's programming, then you are only allowed to show certain commercials. And most of the time, those commercials are not allowed to actually contain phone numbers that children can call and order stuff on. It's Dodo. I'll have to look that up later. Let's see. In 1976, the code's program standards were suspended after a Los Angeles federal judge ruled that the family viewing hour violated the First Amendment. What? Oh, okay, yeah. The family viewing hour is really stupid. Forcing networks to show family-friendly programming for the first hour of prime time, ridiculous. I can understand doing the Saturday morning family-friendly stuff, the EI stuff. Commercials on German TV are almost movies in the... Yeah, they really are. Really fucking are. Except for on German MTV, where Bam Margera likes to speak in broken German. Once got scared after remembering a phone number my dad heard on the radio, called it, and then didn't hang up the phone. It happens. It happens to the best of us. Oh, I can't click it. I'm not on YouTube. I'm on StreamYard and I can't click it. I can't do the thing. I'm sorry. I understand Lizard's frustration now. Sorry, Lizard. I will no longer complain. I'll just DM you the links whenever people do that still. It is buggery and sorcery. Both. Of the most ridiculous kind. Let's see. Oh, the code paved the way for the development of the Broadcast Standards and Practices Department. Oh, okay. So that's how that came about. After the television codes demise, and with the burden of self-regulation now falling to the networks, the BSMP offices were forced to produce their own written codes, which integrated some of the code's concepts, recommendations, and rules. In October 1990, the NAB Board of Directors issued a brief statement of principles of radio and television broadcasters that encourages broadcasters to exercise responsible and careful judgment in the selection of material for broadcast. I find that absolutely ridiculous. Because I know it said most cable networks, but we did this entire thing about the assholery that is TLC network. If you want people to have careful judgment in the selection of material for broadcast, why is TLC allowed to constantly broadcast people that do bad things to kids? I would love to know. They should get on that. I agree that the FCC should have so much power and also not that much power, you know what I mean? But you can't just leave networks to come up with their own standards and practices and fully decide on everything that they want to air. I guess most television concepts now, they're good. They're fine. Whatever. I can deal. But reality shows that focus on families in ridiculous situations like having 19 kids, or a crazy mother that divorces a father and takes one of her quads and puts them in a behavioral facility because she couldn't take care of them because of all the other kids, and she wasn't talking to her ex at the time. Oh, yeah, Kate did that from John and Kate Plus 8. Colin lives with his dad now. Yeah, they do want to know, because at this point, it's ridiculous. Okay, my 8,000-pound life is not a show. I hate that I know that. But my 600-pound life shouldn't be a thing either. They prepare people to have surgery. They pick at people's certain habits that they developed while being fat. They don't prepare them for what it's like to lose that weight and have not only the attention of other people being like, oh, hey, you lost so much weight, you look so good, but also everyone treating you differently, like way differently in public, away from the people that you know. They also don't prepare you for what it's like to look at yourself mentally either. There are plenty of channels worldwide. They're exploitative towards vulnerable people. Oh, we still have the psychics sometimes. Unless they finally banned them all. Oh, I loved Miss Cleo. Like, I never called her, but she was a fraud. I was wondering if Miss Cleo got banned. Your mom watches the housewife shows? Don't stuff your mom into a trash can. I'm sorry that she watches the housewife shows, but at least she's not watching like Little Women Dallas or Little Women Atlanta. Yeah, because after so long, they go from being okay to being like way too much. She died? I didn't know that. Now I'm upset. What? God damn it. Wait, Hyun, did you see it coming? I know that was terrible. Y'all can all hate me. It's all right. I figured, Miss Cleo. If I died 6 years ago, I'd have a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Did y'all know that there was an episode of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from 2003 that was actually unaired in the US until 2015? Because Insane in the Membrane was deemed unsuitable for air by Fox broadcast standards and practices. Yeah. Okay. So it was episode 97, and Fox Broadcasting Standards, although 4Kids Entertainment leased the time from the network for their Fox box block and aired the series, it still had to meet the broadcast standards. And so the final edited and mixed version of the notorious Insane in the Membrane was deemed unsuitable for air by Fox standards and practices. Apparently, in between the time the episode was written, storyboarded, animated, and edited, all stages approved by Fox BSNP, and the time the show was mixed for air, there was a change of personnel in the BSNP office, and no one involved in the original approvals was still employed at Fox. Upon seeing the episode, they were said to be horrified, and there was no way they could air the episode. I'm sure I disagree with them. Had there been BSNP comments earlier in the process, we certainly would have handled the show differently. But as it was approved at every stage, we went ahead full steam. In the end, I was told it was bad judgment on my part, and this comes from Lloyd Goldfine himself. So there you have it. I believe this episode will eventually be available, but plans have not been finalized. And of course, it did end up being aired in 2015. It's so long. 12 years. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it finally aired on Nicktoons after the franchise was purchased by Viacom CBS. That's great. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Of course, Cartoon Network and Adult Swim had various instances of publicly disclosed standard and practice encounters. It took a while for them to allow Cartoon Network to do what they do and have Adult Swim and their cartoon content be a separate thing for advertising and for ratings. It took years. That's why if a show from Adult Swim gets nominated for an Emmy, it's nominated under Cartoon Network because that is the network as a whole, and Adult Swim is only separated for advertising and fucking Nielsen ratings. Yeah. Except it took a bit longer for Cartoon Network to have that same power because they didn't have the clearly defined kid to adult show because it was all animated or Space Ghost and Space Ghost Coast to Coast was the first show created for Adult Swim at Ghost Planet, which is now the headquarters for Adult Swim. Oh, the final 3 episodes of the first season of Moral Oral were held back for various amounts of time by standards and practices due to being too dark and over the top sexually crude even for Adult Swim. That's ridiculous. Oh, apparently in 2006, they tried to air Elfenlied? Elfenlied? Can't remember how it's pronounced. Elfin something. But it was rejected by Standards and Practices because the series contained graphic violence and nudity. They ultimately decided to not broadcast it because apparently the level of altering needed to be able to air it was just ridiculous. Oh, that's also the case with Gantz. I didn't know that. Yeah, well, I agree. I don't know why I've been sitting here for 4. I'm so bored, you guys. Oh my god. It's a day. I probably should have taken my meds this morning. What? Oh. Apparently, Cartoon Network Standards and Practices informed Rebecca Sugar that Ruby and Sapphire in Steven Universe couldn't kiss on the mouth. There's a whole ass list of pseudoscience topics. Ooh. Do love pseudoscience. Makes me giggle. Okay, looking it up. God damn it. Magic liquid. It was a scam in China where a bus driver with no scientific education claimed in 1983 that he could turn regular water into a fuel as flammable as petrol by simply dissolving. What? That's the weirdest scam. Like, ever. Why do people believe these things? Oh, game show instances. Okay, so like the very first thing on this list is The Price is Right. I remember there's one day I watched 12 hours worth of Price is Right with Hyun. That was a day. And there was one episode within that 12 hours that we watched it where dude was ineligible for his prize. Like, he won everything and he was ineligible. And it's so fucking rare when that happens. It's always surprising. Yeah, that was a good day. Literally just sat around and watched fucking Price is Right. Old Price is Right. It's on Pluto, you guys. It's a free channel. Let's see. Okay, so Conker's Bad Fur Day is one of my absolute favorite games. I also am a big fan of the Ratchet and Clank series. Up Your Arsenal is my favorite. Oh, the Yolanda episode. So good. Like, really fucking good. For no reason. Yeah, it is good. And actually, Pluto TV was bought by Viacom CBS, which is why you're able to watch Ink Master on there. Fun times. And I do believe that Tubi is actually owned by Fox, but they still have a distribution deal with various production companies, which is why The Oblongs is available on there and like nowhere else. Oh, you have the uncensored part. Yeah. Who doesn't like cheesy games? They're the best. Make me giggle. I still don't know what to do. I still have like an hour and 30 minutes. Oh my god. I didn't feel like watching TV or anything. I know other people went live and all that, but I'm not feeling lolcows. I don't want to go to sleep. Then I'll be up all night. And I won't be able to take my meds tomorrow. And I'll be this. It's a day. Mm-hmm. Guys, what do I do? Actually, I need to find my phone charger. I don't know about that. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how I feel. Thank you, Hyun. That's why I'm still here. Okay. One thing I will say. I know that there's a lot of fucking people out there that do that whole, oh, I'm so hyper, I'm so ADHD thing. Do you know how fucking frustrating this is right now? Like, fuck. I don't know what to do. Because if I start a special interest of mine, I'm going to get way too sucked into it. If I lay down and go to sleep, I'll be up all night and then I won't be able to take my meds tomorrow. I've already done the things I need to do. So my brain is mad at me because they're done. I just remembered I still need to eat. I should probably drink water at some point. Like this, it's frustrating. I am bottom heavy, sir. Not happening. I will break the everything. Yeah, I know it's still sitting there, but like, I'm not hungry. That's the problem. That's the wrong end. Yeah, Hyun, I know I need to do a food. I need to do a lot of things, probably. But I did the important things. I did the things that were on my list. My list for tomorrow includes other things. As I rotate. Ooh, the most disgusting food that I've ever come across. Oh, wait. Do you mean like in person or do you mean on the internet? Because I'm still pretty mad at Lizard over Sunday. Guys, don't watch Cooking with Hoarders. It's terrible. Like, you'll die. It'll cancel food forever. I will... yesterday... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yesterday was terrible. Yesterday was fucking terrible. Damn it, Lizard. I mean, to be fair, he said that he would get me back because I keep talking about Nutgate. Friendly reminder. Lizard's getting married to Peanut. It is happening. I'm officiating. Allie Dean Human Bean is going to be the flower girl throwing beans and cigarette butts. And J Mag is going to be the ring bearer. I think I'm a dirty person sometimes until I see anything about hoarders and yep. Same. Abso-fucking-lutely. I can't watch that show. I really can't. I know there are a lot of people that use it as like motivation for cleaning and things like that. I just can't bring myself to do it. You saw? That's gross. That's disgusting. Yeah. I don't know if it's ADHD or whatever. I talk over people all the time because it feels like everybody. I get that way sometimes. There are times when I don't take my meds where if someone's talking and they aren't getting to a point fast enough, I start getting aggravated and I just kind of want to be like, to the point. I know my speech pattern's all messed up because I am thinking way too much. Way too much. Soup. Yeah, I need to make a good soup sometimes. Like, I love soup. It's really fucking good. Also, Slim, we've very, like, briefly seen your living, like, your girlfriend's living room, and we've also seen, like, your room and stuff, and you're not dirty. Don't worry. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah. I say that way too much, actually. I say a lot of things too much. Oh, what's worse is when you're listening to someone talk and you've already like spaced out and you said, cool, yep, like 30 times. But you just want them to stop talking. I've talked too much today. Thank you. Sometimes I do collect more cans in my living. We all do. I am guilty of drinking a lot of fucking water. So I have cans of water. My favorite is limoncello liqueur because I do not like the texture of tap water. It's the wrong texture. Can't do it. It's flat. It's not good. Oop. Okay, I suppose I should go eat. To anyone that has been here the entire fucking time, why? I have literally done nothing. I am very boring. I get passionate about some things, but once that passion is over, I'm a mess. Okay, you. The limoncello one kind of tastes like a limoncello cake without the sugar. Oh, baby. Yeah, pretty much. I started out with a really ragey stream about Aspen and their fuck shittery. Once I got that rage out, I felt better and got bored. I'm here. You have a pad of paper open on your desk from February? I mean, I guess that's okay, because if you need to write something down, it's there. You have brownie bites? Still have a fucking sandwich. I should eat. I should have gotten more sleep last night. But my brain was like, nope. You're going to have dreams that you can't remember, and you're going to freak out about it. It's the best. Okay, you've got to stop yelling at me. I will eat the sandwich. I ate breakfast, though. Like, I'll quit yelling. Ban you all. The fuck? Raph, have you been writing any good music lately? Just so they'll stop yelling at me about the sandwich. Please. Yeah, he is hogging all the brownie bites, and we should go fight him. Brownie bites. I should make brownie bites. Solid. I had eggs. I like eggs. Do you have an estimated release date for the album? Because I'm excited. Ooh, super excited. I still have a whole bunch of tablature on my external that I've written. If you ever want to like go through it and see if there's anything that you want to use, you're more than welcome to. It just sits there. It does nothing. It's written, it's ready to go for whoever or whatever, and it just sits. Like most of my hobbies, besides puzzles. I called it a flurf. Okay. I've been here for 4:20. Nice. I'm going to go eat before y'all say anything. And I'm going to text my movie buddy and apologize for the fact that I've been streaming this long. I do not know that number. I am not answering it. Okay. Bye, guys.